Scenarian, base 6.
Maybe we should just start the most boring stream on Twitch and
Talking
not actually
about,
do this. We just
not even
talk.
do D&D, just talk about base 6 and math.
Ugh.
Turn it to
Again,
just...
something that none of us have.
Well, it depends on how far back you want to go. Like, if you want to get down to, like the basics of math and, like, how to teach it and, like, the reason that we teach it in certain ways, I can discuss that. But if you want to get into, like, advanced mathematics and stuff like that, well, and by advanced mathematics, I mean high school algebra.
Advanced. Middle school algebra.
Oh, hey, guys.
Hello, welcome to the Wilyverse, everybody. Here on the Wilyverse, we play Dungeons & Dragons, the 5th edition, specifically the Forgotten Realms universe. In this campaign, the Golden Serpent, our players have gone to the dangerous and remote Chult, a jungle land filled with intrigue and friendly, nice beasts.
I've had a good time.
Nothing's been too bad yet.
Everybody's been very nice to us so far.
Except for the Yanti.
Well, I mean,
Well, there's snakes.
In
And
their
we all know what
and in
snakes
their
are.
defense, we did chase them. They weren't harming us or anything. They just,
You could have let them go. Yeah, you could have.
Instead, I got one stomped to death.
In the worst possible way. Just,
Description.
have you seen a hippo catch something?
Oh yeah.
It's
Actually,
not pretty.
Speaking of the kids, we were just talking about that. We're working on animal adaptations.
Speaking of the kids?
Yeah, well, we were talking about earlier, but working with the... we were working on animal adaptations, and I was like, you know what the most dangerous animal in the world is, right? Besides the human, it's the hippo. They kill something like 400 people a year by stomping or eating or crushing or drowning. And I was like, ah, damn.
They're not nice creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one I met was
I mean,
fairly nice.
After you charmed it, you made it.
Yes. It's called animal friendship.
He's so nice. I'm like, you're forcing your friendship.
He had a good time. Was it a he?
Yes, it was a he. Should have named him.
I don't name things. What do you... Did I have a human? Categorizing everything?
It's gonna be like
Fucking
Ant-Man.
savage.
Now, he probably has a name from the humans because you don't get that big and not be noticed.
Right, but that's being projected onto him. He himself.
True. You're absolutely right.
Oh, you're trying to you're an anthropomorphic rabbit. You're trying to non-anthropomorphize other animals. Like, that's
It's rabbit-morphized?
I mean, anthropomorphize means give animals human characteristics.
Yeah, but I'm not a human.
Is an anthro. Anthro is
I'm missing
is
the
what?
anthro in the anthro.
Human.
study of human.
Well, anthropology.
Yeah.
Ology is...
The study of, and anthro is humans, right?
It's always fun to hear an archaeologist say anthropology with like disdain, like anthropology.
I remember.
Well, as I was talking to him before, anthropology started as a very fucking racist field.
Well, I get that, and you've talked quite a bit about the names of like Native American tribes and stuff that you've told me about. What was it? One of them means like ancient enemy or something like that.
Oh, Anasazi, but that's not... Nobody's ever called themselves Anasazi. That's what the Navajo called
okay.
Pueblo groups, because it meant ancient enemy. Why we stopped using it, because it's one group's
Yeah,
name
Descriptor
for
of another.
group. Yeah.
that would be like describing everybody from Africa with the southern nomenclature from the 1800s.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. I'm also realizing right now that I'm missing out on my Ant-Man chance to name all my fish something stupid fish pun related. You've seen Ant-Man, right? So he
I've heard of
rides,
it.
yeah, cool. So he rides all the ants. He calls this one Antony, or like Antonio Banderas. Like all the ants that he rides, he gives them stupid ant. You know, whatever. I have a bunch of fish. Whatever. Well, that idea died in my mouth.
Lawrence Fishburne.
That's a pretty good. I like that one.
Oh, God. All right, so set in Chult, the jungles of Chult, a mysterious and jungle-covered land. Down at the end there, we've got Mitch, who is playing Cobble. Cobble is a water genasi ranger swarm keeper. who came here as a sage to study the land.
Hey, Petikin.
Petikin! What's going on?
Welcome to the most boring stream on Twitch.
Welcome.
We just make
and I try to, like, there's other more boring streams, so I try to focus in and get a niche market. We are the most boring D&D stream on Twitch.
Oh, I gotta change what I'm saying about it. So
most boring D&D stream on Twitch.
Well, at the fear of scaring you off, Petikin, we do like feedback, so you're more than welcome to chime in and ask questions and give us suggestions
and inspiration
and stuff like that. You got inspiration, so you can help us reroll stuff if we fuck it up, or give the monsters rerolls to attack us more, which some people really like to do.
A Swarmkeeper Ranger, Water Genasi, who has a swarm of flying piranha spirits that swim around him.
My aspect of Adeliano, chat.
Yeah, you better stick to that.
I know, I gotta. You made fun of it last time, and it made me self-conscious.
Oh.
I'm scared adult. I haven't been self-conscious.
He came to Chult. He came to Chult as a sage, looking for information on his ancestry, and that maybe his people came from Chult originally, and that's why he has a tie to water spirits and why he became a water genasi.
So one of the things I found out about water genasi was that they don't necessarily are born that way. They don't necessarily born that way.
They don't necessarily born that way.
They're necessarily born that way, so somewhere in my puberty I became a water genasi, and so I'm tracking down that DNA. Back to Chult.
And then we've got Galen playing Oling.
Umgale.
Oling Umgale. Oling Umgale is a Haragon druid of the Shepherd, Circle of the Shepherd. He likes to talk to animals, so he came to Chult.
I like to talk to everybody.
That's true. That is 100% true.
So
Can't shut you up.
Butchers, meat vendors.
Butcher's meat. He came from the Feywild and ended up on the Sword Coast, and not so much enjoying all of the civilization, heard about Chult, and came on down to see what was all about, and got immediately chased by raptors.
Talk to them too.
You did talk to them, yeah, and ruined the race.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. I was trying to think of when did you run into the raptor? Oh yeah.
I'm kind of disappointed you didn't play that out as an actual.
Put it again into the game.
There's always more opportunity, right?
There's always more opportunity. So last week was our first session of this. Excuse me, where our heroes met on the road to Fort Balarian, the Flaming Fist outpost in Chult. Excuse me. Where they got acquainted, and Cobble was approached by a gnomish merchant named Yosham, who he had been told that you were a linguist and knew about piranhas, and those two things very much interested him in a business deal he wanted to make with lobster folk, the Aldani, who train piranhas. So,
which I didn't believe. I was like, that's not a real
that's
thing.
not a real thing.
Like, that's real.
That's real. They really do train piranhas.
And I was actually kind of bummed. I know you said we did talk piranha, but it was more about mine.
Yeah.
I wish I had spent more time asking about his piranha.
So you struck a deal to escort him out to the bay where the Aldani are, and you met another hireling of Yosham's, a native named Metzli, who was there to protect and guide as well through the jungle. Upon avoiding a whole lot of dangers in the jungle, you made your way, talked to the Aldani, when a giant hippo was scared into crashing down and almost taking out the village of the Aldani people. But it was just an elaborate ruse for Yanti to try to steal something from the Yanti's makeshift home, a sunken ship. You've given chase. You dispatched two of the Yanti. Well, the hippo dispatched one of them.
I was just saying, we didn't really do.
You got one of them.
In a very cool manner.
The entangle and the...
Uh-huh.
Oh, I was just talking about me jumping off the hippo and hitting him in the head.
Yeah. Dunk.
Well, I mean, I set you up for You can't just spike the volleyball. Someone's got to put it up there for me.
But now you've come into possession of these objects that the Yanti were trying to take, which is a journal, a map case full of some maps and other large poster-sized notes and such, and a large golden scale that looks like it's from some type of reptile.
Some kind of serpent?
I meant to ask you, how big is the scale? Like right here, it is that big. Right?
Yeah, it is. It is a large scale. It's a large scale.
Cool.
Upon return,
So it's journal map cases,
journal, map in a map case. Maps in a map case.
and those are poster-sized maps. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Upon returning to the Aldani and showing them that, they're like, we have no idea what that is and don't care. Like, it's better that you take it because it has something to do with your people and this ship, and we don't want anything else coming after it, so...
Our people?
Oh, I heard.
Claw. Lobster claws, like pointed at it.
This is a water Davian ship.
A Water Davian ship is. It was flying the Water Davian flag.
Oh, so we actually learned a lot about this stuff last time, actually. So the poster is poorly done. It's covered in scribbles of snakes with eyes and patterns,
Somebody's
scales, yeah.
Or maze.
Some annotations, yeah. Detailed maze. It's a map for memorization. It's odd, though. It's got darker lines, confident, lighter spots where it's waffled.
Why was it on a Davian ship then?
Good question. But Yoshim wants to leave. He wants to get back to the fort as soon as possible because he is...
Scaredy cat.
Yeah, he's a scaredy cat.
Yeah.
I mean, he almost got trampled by a hippopotamus the size of a building.
Hasn't almost been trampled by a hippopotamus.
Actually, none of us can say that because we're all almost trampled by a hippopotamus all at once.
Yeah. Everyone in this group
Something we chose, and I'll get like hippo tattoos now.
always been trampled by a
against the
hippopotamus.
hippo code.
It's against what?
The hippo code.
It's against, damn it. You taking the hippocampic?
The hippocampic oath.
I can't even say it's been a long day. It's fucking Sunday.
All right, so
we're heading back.
Are you heading back to Fort Balarian?
Yeah, I have that down that we were kind of ready to do that anyway.
Yep.
We got all our stuff.
If that's what happened next, you can all long rest.
Or do you need a long rest or something?
I do.
I took some I spent some spells.
And Metzley got hit, plus he needs his rage back.
Yeah, that was kind of creepy. Seeing the guy change teeth and get weird. He's already kind of big and ugly anyway.
I thought it looked better.
More animal. How would you feel about a water genasi then? Do you think that I'm more attractive because I'm less human, or just a different color human in your eyes?
You're less animal.
That's prejudice. I'm surrounded by animals. I have animal-connected spirits.
I like your promise better.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But you're okay. Don't take it the wrong way.
Is it the racist jokes that I keep? Cobble's a great guy. He just keeps making really bad
Like I
racist
said, I
jokes
have
about young
primordial friends.
Oh, okay.
He does speak primordial.
No. There was a half second. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's racist.
All right, enough with the racism.
I know. Sorry, the fake racism.
You guys do get back to Fort Balarian without incident, where Yoshim immediately departs to go up to the fort. Like, he's just done with this place. So, do you guys all head to the Hin's Reign?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just having, yeah, let's go.
One noodle, please.
One noodle. Good luck. So you
Oh,
gotta,
well.
Constitution check.
well, we have to give him a couple of minutes before he has to actually make one, before he gets enough of it down. At the Hin's Reign, they actually do these hand-pulled noodles, very, very long and thick. But a joke is to try to get people to think that they're, they look like a pile of noodles and try to get people to think that it's rude to cut the noodle or break the noodle. Yeah, you're supposed to slurp them. So they try to slurp this noodle, and it keeps going and going and going because it's 4 feet long.
Yeah, the whole bowl is one noodle.
Yeah. So, but our Harengon has taken it upon himself he wants to complete this challenge.
Well, he doesn't even think of it as a challenge. He's still trying to be polite. No one has filled him in that he doesn't have to do this. He just keeps attempting it.
No,
Is that true?
Did I fill you in?
Yeah.
I thought you guys told him,
Okay. I thought we told
but
him.
I'm not sure.
That went well, though.
It could have gone quite a bit worse if you'd asked me. I say I've found something out about my own spirit, my aspect of Atl.
That's so good for you.
Atliotl. I was leaving an L out. Or T out.
So where do we go next?
I think there's a library in Port Nyanzaru that I might be able to find information about my spirit kin. Send one over to nip your noodle.
How long has it been since we've been to Port Nyan?
Like 2 days.
Yeah.
No, I can't go there. Alright.
Can't go.
No, I don't like it.
Oh, that's right. You got chased out.
Yep. What about this map and this journal?
I could take a look. It gets a little crazy towards the end, but perhaps something could be discovered here inside with all this ravings and lunatic.
What do you think we'll discover?
I don't know. Reads like maps. It's complicated journal. Oh, it's a complicated journey journal. It gets crazy at the end, it says. It's a book with a latch. Can I do some sort of roll to see what I get out of it?
Let's see.
This is a really good noodle sound, by the way. It's like just light enough that I can hear it. Yeah. Make the sound again. Let's see if it shows up on the mic.
The journal is one journal of Natuno Vedoncia del Glorio.
Sounds fancy.
Natuno Vedoncia de Glorio.
De Glorio. Netula Denuncio de Glorio.
Natuno Vedoncia
Vedonza, not Devonza.
Vedoncia del Glorio. A water Davian explorer and adventurer. The journal, in the early parts, detail his journeys to places like Maztica, Laracon, the Isle of Tabaxi, and Ankarome. And then, the latest entry was his journey to Chult, which seems to have been sometime like a year ago. Maybe 2 years ago.
Does the story say that he's still on the boat, like it didn't make it?
Nope. It says that, well, the one that's detailed correctly is from a year ago or 2 years ago. That he got here and he did some investigating and he found this place where there was a totem inscribed into the middle of a waterfall. And there is where he discovered the golden scale.
Is there a description or a picture of the totem?
Sort of, yes. He just said it has representations of 4 different animal gods of the people of Chult. What he says is a bird, a reptile, a cat, and a snake.
Bird, reptile, something snake?
Cat.
Cat.
By reptile, you mean lizard? Because the snake's a reptile.
It is. That's all it says. It's bird, reptile, cat, snake.
I like that you're trying
Or
to correct
serpent.
the GM's English, but I'm just fucking around. Does it mention any kind of legend of a hidden temple? Or a silver monkey?
No.
No. Sorry.
But after that,
Reptile.
Bird, reptile, cat. Yes, I don't know why I missed cat too for some reason.
So after that, it details some of the other sites he went to, but that is the one that stands out because it mentions the Golden Scale for the first time. Then he leaves. Like, it details his journey back. And then there's some blank space or some time passes before there's some writings in there. And the writings come in. The date is about 6 months after the expedition. So he's probably back in Waterdeep at this point. And it speaks of a dream. Actually, several dreams. Essentially, he just says, I've been having dreams of Chult, of a temple, of a black ring, and an endless night. And from then, it just kind of devolves. And it starts to, the dreams are persistent. It seems like something's calling me. I see the sun and the warmth taken from the land. There is a great circle of jet, a black crown. It is shattering. I must stop it. Though the word stop is kind of scribbled. You think it says stop. You know it starts with an S. And that's when he puts together this latest expedition. He scrounges.
This guy went crazy.
This guy went crazy. Got together some people again to come back here. And this is obviously where the ship met its end. This expedition is the one that he came back to Chult to try to figure out these dreams, and
all right.
his ship met its end in that bay.
That was the last entry?
The last entry is that he tried to do some travel logs on the ship. He did mention a storm and great damage to the ship, and that they fortuitously found this bay and set upon it. But that's kind of the last legible, intelligible entry.
Do I recognize the Black Crown imagery?
No.
So it's temples on this night.
Where did you get that stuff from? I'm not pointing.
Oh, sorry.
You. Where did you get the temple and the endless night? Oh, that was.
He's dreaming of Chult. There's a temple with a black ring. He's dreaming of endless night. He starts to go crazy.
Yes.
Stuff devolves.
Because I thought you had said something about that before.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, did I say something about the temple of black ring? Is what you said?
You said something about a temple and a silver monkey.
Sorry. So, Chult. Just some of the imagery and stuff, when I was looking up a couple things about it, just reminds me of Legends of the Hidden Temple from Nickelodeon.
Got it.
And then you literally were like, there's a bird, a reptile, a cat, snake, and he's like, isn't a snake and a reptile differently? And I was like, or is it lizard? And I was like, wait a minute, there is a lizard and a cat, and Jaguar's the team I always forget. So I was like, is there something about a silver monkey or a Legend of a Hidden Temple?
I never watched that show.
I fucking love that show. It was it was like Guts, where it was one of the physical things. Like, the kids were climbing stuff and jumping on things. And, I always just wanted to go to the sets.
Can I get another?
Yeah.
You're you guys are spending the time there. So, as you're doing your research and reading, Yoshin comes through with porters. Like, he is going through town, and he's leaving. He is heading to Port. Nyanzaru.
Nice chatting with you.
Nyanzaru. So he's like, thanks for all your help and all this stuff, and here's your payment. And he throws out this big old bag of coin that hits the table, and he goes, I'm leaving.
Thank you again for your brief but lucrative employment. Are you heading back to Nyanzaru by any chance?
Yes, I am. I am to my ship.
I say, can you get word down there for me, chap, to the library of Port Nyanzaru, to perhaps send me some information back across the bay?
Do you have it? Oh, yeah, I'm leaving right now.
I do. produce a thing. I write down the aspect of Adeliotl. I give it the proper missive, information for the library there.
He takes it and says, "I'll see what I can do," and hands it off to one of his porters. And he goes out the gate. He goes over the bridge. Constitution check now.
What's the abbreviation for port? Is it PT?
I think so.
Damn.
Could be. Did you fail again?
Yeah.
I like these dice. These dice are making an interesting story
Yeah.
because they're so 50-50. So we're dice goblins over here.
Yeah.
Every game, every character, always new dice. Always. And these ones that we got today are very 50-50. Are you mimicking having something in your nose?
Yeah, he didn't make it. You were like 3/4 of the way through the noodle, and then you have to cut it.
No, you write port.
The whole thing, always.
Yep.
All right.
Interesting. Hey, much closer.
I think I got closer last time.
Did you? I feed it to the piranhas.
Hey!
They feeding frenzy it away.
They need me.
Mitzi looks into the bag. Says, "There's a lot more than 4 gold pieces each in here."
Yeah.
He dumps it out, and there's 30 gold in total in this, so 10 for each of you.
Actually, I negotiated translating. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a thief.
You're not a thief.
Maybe this is because Rogue was my first character.
Yeah,
or
always.
Because it was my first 4 characters. I can't get it out of my system. 10 gold, you said?
10 gold each.
10, you said? How much
To
gold am I
shred.
supposed to have?
You're supposed to start with 10.
Okay, cool. Because I remember that I had like 60 gold.
Yeah, because you keep adding equipment, add starting equipment.
Okay.
Did he pay for the food and drinks again?
Well, not this time, but
No. What's his name? Daydreams. Do we still have a tab?
no, not anymore.
No. That answers that question.
Give him the gold.
Have you another inquiry? That's enough for everybody, right?
Yeah, 1 gold. 1 gold is a tab enough to have you drinking all night here.
Abyssal Ale.
I do like this currency system. It's very fascinating. You just give them rocks and they...
Can I roll back and add a request to the library
Sure.
for Abyssal Ale?
All
Just see if they'll send me anything.
right. The answer's no, but yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm going to keep looking for it.
That's your new persistent player goal, is
That
to
might be
find
this
some
one.
place.
Because Abyssal Ale has happened in the last game that we played, and Dermot ended up kind of getting a taste for it. I feel like this guy would have heard of it, and having an acid resistance as a water genasi, he's always wanted to give it a shot. It's the sage, so why not go out and get some new experiences?
Can I get another noodle?
Yeah, absolutely. And
While he's not looking, I'm gonna have one of the fish snip it in the middle somewhere.
perception.
Oh, hey.
I have good perception.
Well, can I roll a stealth for the fish then?
Hold on.
Yeah, 16.
Yeah, go ahead. Almost. Oh, no. Caught. Totally caught.
Slap it away.
Did he get it to snip or?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did snip?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll take that one and I'll get him another one.
And Mitzley is just eating, like, satay. Like, he's just eating
Yeah.
skewers of chicken constantly.
Well,
So, what's it all say?
well, it looks like it's an account of a bit of an adventure by Nutella Vinglario. I'm just kidding.
Nutella. Nice.
No, a Waterdavian explorer and adventurer has made his way deep into the jungles of Chult, looking for what looks to be a temple he was dreaming of, some sort of structure, fort of some kind. Seems to have driven him a bit mad. But his second expedition met with quite a bit more resistance of the natural weather kind, sinking their ship right where it lay now. Why the Yanti would want a piece of these maps, or perhaps these journals, would be something beyond me, unless it's really just this scale that they're looking for.
Well, if the Yanti want anything, it's not going to be good for the rest of us.
And were we able to identify the scale? Did he identify it as an animal?
I mean, it is from an animal, but you don't know what kind.
Do you recognize a sort of scale, something of this kind, this nature?
Well, nature.
Yeah, sure.
15.
Oh.
It is something that is... It is a scale that is layered and not patterned. So it's off of something like a long lizard or a serpent, and not something like a dinosaur or a Gila monster or something to that effect.
It's a losable scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's an underscale. An underscale, you say? Awesome. And Metzley, perhaps, is a local, you say, yes? You're from Chilton? Somewhere here in Chilton?
Indeed, yes. My tribe is deep in the jungle.
Indeed. Are you mocking me? Perhaps you can make something of this maze. Something that...
It's not my maze.
Well, it's in Chilton, though, isn't it? The mazes are Chilton, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, it's not my maze.
Do you have your mace?
I do.
Can I see it?
How interesting, yes. Show us your maze. Show us your maze, Metzley. Is there some sort of adverse reason you would show your maze to compatriots or to somebody else?
Well, normally you wouldn't, because if someone tries to impersonate you, say, you die before I do and you draw my maze, and that bars me from getting into Obteo's.
So you're saying that this maze that I have here in my possession is actually quite a valuable item. Somebody wouldn't want to lose this.
Not necessarily, but yeah, it can be used against someone if you are powerful and magical and or dead.
Perhaps it's a well-known maze. Will you take a look at it?
Takes a look at it and it's like, I have not seen this before.
Does this maze correlate to anything that you might have known, seen someplace else? Or the Chilton mazes real locations, places that you've seen?
Nope. They are your life's journey.
Can you read the journey of this person's life on his maze?
Well, I can... I don't want to sound disrespectful, but this does not look Chilton. This looks like someone not from here trying to make a maze.
And what gives you that impression?
So he just kind of goes over a couple things about, like, first off, how angular and right it is. That it seems like very much a mainlander's thought. When mainlanders draw mazes, they draw them like this. And very much not a way that the Chiltons come about their mazes.
That's probably all the clues he's going to give me about
For the maze, yeah.
Okay, cool. And here we give you some of these. Sorry, that's getting me. These rougher maps. This Chilton map here, half of it undone. Can you derive maybe the possible location this map might be leading a person?
I was like, okay, well, this looks it over for a little bit. Constitution save.
It's hard to keep that up.
You are not good at this.
50, what do you
You're
got?
not good.
He's just a little bunny rabbit. Nice.
10.
10?
Are you rolling the noodles like Constitution? Is that what you're rolling?
No, I'm rolling to see how far he got into it.
Oh.
This you make it only a third of the way in before something gets in you.
Here, do I have...
Throw the noodle to the promise. It's amazing, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're done with the mazes. So the map, he says.
So after a while of looking at it, you were going to say something?
Oh, did you have an actual question about the mazes? Sorry.
No, not maze.
Okay.
The whole thing. Do we want to retrace it? I think if we're curious about the scale, we can.
Asking our guide here if he can perhaps ruminate upon the destination with this map, perhaps.
This here looks like the Oracle's Veil.
The what?
That sounds cool.
Oracle's Veil?
The Oracle's Veil. Yeah, it's a waterfall. It's got a totem in between it. There's a rock at the top that splits the waterfall in two, and they've carved a totem into the wall there. I know that there used to be it wasn't really a tribe, but it called some people that lived there and spoke to the Oracle. And the tribes in the area would take gifts and tributes to it to learn their fates. But I guess someone didn't really like their fate because they were wiped out a while ago. They haven't been around for a while, but everyone knows about Oracle's Veil. Well, my people.
Who's they? Who's they? They.
Which they?
They, the ones that.
The commune, the Oracle speakers.
The Oracle speakers are gone.
They lived at the base of the falls, and pretty much they lived very well based off of the tributes that all the other tribes would bring to them.
And why are they gone? No one knows.
No one knows. Someone came there to bring tribute one day, and the village was wiped out brutally.
Oh, like dead. Everyone's dead. Not left.
That's terrible.
Indeed. It was such a state that no one dared set foot on the path, thinking it cursed for quite some time. Though others had gone back to see if they could speak to the Oracle, it has yet to grant a vision since then.
And Leslie, perhaps you've heard this name, Alteotl. That's like because I thought it was Adeliotl, and I've been saying it to myself all week, and now I'm seeing that it's Adelteotl.
Adelteotl.
And I'm super mad because I've been practicing and now it's wrong. Adelteotl. Have you heard of Adelteotl?
Yeah, the spirit of the water.
Your water.
I'm more water adjacent.
So, Ubteo has many aspects. Once he left Minzo, once he left Minzo, the only way we could still speak to him and worship him was through his spiritual aspects. Many of us took many different ones. My tribe has taken the Night Jaguar.
I noticed.
Well, it appears the Evening Piranha has taken me, so I'll make them swim around him once. And
It is
skinny that those were told to be aspects of Adelteotl to me. So.
He when he first met you, remember he bowed to you and said it was a great honor, right? He had already knew that, like, you have a spirit with you.
Cool. So my bad.
So can we find something out about you and your water?
Perhaps, even if we can, perhaps it would be the best way to find out more about this area.
Yeah.
At the very least, perhaps gain a new experience.
Let's go there.
Some insight.
Yes.
God damn it.
Do you want to come?
Absolutely. If this is a journey and there's going to be more tests of strength and bravery like there was last time, then I will stick by your side.
That's why I told Taylor about this. I have to go deal with Rabbit Galen.
We were looking up pictures of rabbit folk and Harangon and like just trying to find artwork. And after a couple pictures, he's just like, I'm never playing anything else but Harangon from now on. I'm like, son of a bitch.
It's just a Harangon Ranger, Harangon Wizard, Harangon Bard. Alright, so we've gotten our long rest. We
got your long rest from before, but it's getting late.
Yeah, so let's call it for the evening. I don't want to leave in the middle of the night. Are we staying at the hammocks again?
Yeah.
Was that comfortable for you?
It was okay.
Bushy butt?
But I'm excited. This is going to be fun.
It'll be an adventure.
A chance to learn something for all of us.
All right. So
here's a tip.
what do you give her?
A goal.
Okay. She goes, she kind of like looks at you.
So, for those of you that don't watch the stream, we tend to grossly overpay everyone that we run into everywhere that we go. We just always do it.
Well, no, it's just I don't understand money.
He doesn't understand value.
Well, I was just saying there's always someone in our group that doesn't quite get it, or
someone,
just like flashy. Or
someone talked about it in, there's like the economics of D&D and the gold-based system and all this kind of stuff. Like, first off, it shouldn't be a gold-based system. It should be silver or something else. But regardless, adventurers create the entirety, like they're the driving force of the economy and any place's prosperity, because adventurers go out and get hundreds of gold from that are it's reclaimed. Yep. It was outside of the system. It got taken by monsters or whatever. They go and bring it back in, and they just throw it. They throw it at the people that never had gold in their lives. Yep. You know, the tavern people, the armor smith of this, they're like gold's worth of things.
And you're living in a community
and it's
like,
whoop, it goes right up.
Yearly rent for my shop is probably 2 or 3 gold.
Yeah.
And so if all I have to do is lure one adventurer in and sell this one sword,
like one night,
and I'll feed everyone in my family for the rest of the year.
In one night, adventurers go into a tavern, right, where there's the tavern owner and the tavern server, and they do what he does. They have gold. They're like, oh, a silver for a drink? Have a gold. Yeah. Have a gold, have a gold, have a gold. And all of that gold gets spent in that community and goes right up and through it, fixing everything that's wrong with that community and getting people the food and everything they need.
I was actually just thinking, like, after the Spanish conquered Central America and South America, all the gold that they brought over actually caused huge inflation and sent the economy into
in Spain
depression.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking that every time we go to a town, we throw out some gold, and everyone's like, "Yeah," but like a month later, the town's just fucking.
The thing is, like, you're not.
Depression.
It's not enough of a constant influx.
Right.
But it's enough to give a huge boost to their entire economy for months.
I was thinking about that not too long ago. So you read on Reddit's D&D phases and stuff like that, and people bring up murder hobo a lot, and I was like, we're not. I don't want to say we're not allowed to, but like, we don't generally play murder hobos, and that's not something that you like to run, and that's not something that we want to play. So we end up with we have these like opposite hobos, where we like don't live anywhere, we don't make friends with anybody in the town really, but we just show up and just throw all our money on the ground, get wasted, smash like. Well,
your last campaign, you had a permanent place. I mean, it was set out of Baldur's Gate, but like the Dragonborn Salvation, you went all over the place, but you were very much, murder heroes.
Yeah, when we did,
instead of murder.
Like, I wasn't allowed in a couple of places, and like we had different relationships in different sides of town, so that was a complicated game. I've made things fucking difficult in that game.
I liked Cardinal Bond. It was fun.
Erevar was just bad enough where it was like he was something you had to deal with, but he was getting better. When I think about him now, I'm like, what a dick. Like, Kamir was Kamir. He had a bad life.
Yeah.
Erevar was a fucking asshole.
He was just an asshole. He was just a greedy asshole.
And I didn't start out that way. Like, he was just a swashbuckler. He was just a shit talker. And he was really sweet. But like, slowly, he just became worse and worse to the point where I was like, God, I don't want to play this guy anymore.
And you guys had a portal to hell. Mm-hmm. Like, you had one. Like, it was yours.
Yeah. We were into some weird shit. And Cardinal Bond in some weird directions. I liked playing with Kaylin. And that game really exemplified that, because we ended up in some weird spots, and she had some strange ideas, and brought Erevar back to death back to life, even though we had discussed letting him die.
Well, we discussed if you wanted to come back, and you said yes.
Keep it, and then the last second she walked.
And then, like right before the resurrection, you're like, we could just keep this diamond. We don't have to resurrect him.
I was like, I haven't even rolled a new character. All right, so we get some rest for the evening.
All right, so you get to go to the Hammock House.
And there are walls.
It's thatched and sapped.
Have you ever been to Hawaii? No. So, you've been in a place tropical?
Yeah, I've been to Hawaii twice.
A lot of it's like that, where there's just no fucking walls. Like, it's just...
Yeah, there's no, like, the cabana, but he's talking about the Hammock House. Mm-hmm. The Hammock House
Well, you just shared those pictures.
Yeah, it does. It has thatch, and like I said before, there's a sap covering it to keep the water out because it's constantly raining here.
I was just thinking because a lot of stuff you just have the columns,
The columns,
are kind of more central.
that's-
And then the thatch goes out so far that you just end up having these like kind of low overhangs and like entrances, and there's no windows or doors, and everything is.
That's what
so
the
nice.
Hen's Rain is, and what a lot of the other buildings are cabana style
Dude,
buildings.
everything in Hawaii, like if you just got it one story off the ground, you didn't need any windows anymore. Everything, like the weather was perfect everywhere we went. We stayed at a place like this $1 million fucking 3-story house. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And you could roll all the windows back on the third story, and it was just out in the air. And they didn't close all the way. None of them had lashes or locks or anything.
That's amazing.
Sorry.
No, the Herringon loves it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
You just keep wanting to talk.
I'll see if I can find some pictures of it, but it was badass.
There's actually a descriptor of Port Nyanzaru is the bases, all the ground floors are stucco or adobe style, like mud brick, and they all have small closed windows to keep critters and the heat from the ground off. But then the second stories are wood, and they just open those things, big wide open windows to get airflow in. And
the best part was that any insects that got in, there's so much equilibrium on the island. It's so much fun. So like inside the house, there's just some lizards.
Yeah.
They're the only things that come up that high, and they're only there to eat the bugs that make it in. And so in the house, there's just 5 or 6 lizards, and they just eat whatever bugs. And you never see them doing their thing or anything. It was badass.
it's a
Ugh.
anyway, the Hammock House.
So let's pretend that Cobble was regaling you with about the house he would like to build eventually at his hometown.
I am hanging on everywhere.
Yeah, so he's inviting you. Okay, you have to come and see. You're a traveler of some sort. I'm sure have you been to Kalimshan?
I have.
Has he been to Kalim? Ryback's the name of the fish. That's not the name of where I was from. Where did I say that I was from?
You're from Silvery Moon.
Silvery Moon. Have you made it to Silvery Moon? Wonderful library, wonderful college.
Maybe. I haven't been to college.
It's a place of learning for us bipedal. You're bipedal, goddammit.
Every place is a place of learning.
Inspiration for this. God, what a sage thing to say.
Bam!
To a sage. God.
What a druid thing to say to a scholar,
right?
like a bookworm scholar.
We're gonna get along just fine. I sent a couple of fish over to swim over his bed tonight too, because that was pretty badass.
Who, just out of curiosity, who has the scale?
I just kind of took it upon. He said, I think you handed it to me initially, didn't you, or did you keep the stuff?
No, I give it over to you.
Okay, so I'll have everything.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've got the sage.
It's a gold for the night, right?
Please, I've got this one.
Now the halfling remembers you and is like, "Oh, yep, I saved your I didn't know if you were coming back. You weren't here the last couple nights, but I saved it anyway. I saved it right next to the entrance."
Oh,
That's so kind.
I've got it this evening.
He's it seems like he doesn't have to pay.
It's
He's already paid.
We're overpaying.
Okay, just if you give him another money, then he will take it. Metzley is all right, I'll see y'all in the morning.
Where are you going, Metzley?
Oh, I mean, I generally just sleep outside the walls. But
Can I sleep with you?
Seems to be some lost in translation moments here between our Haragon and.
it's not the safest place out there.
Why not stay here with us, chap? There's plenty of space. We seem to have paid for
Share
many
my
a
hammock.
night.
Sure, if we want to stick together.
So
Would you like to get in on this?
Get in on what?
The hammock.
Oh, you guys are sharing a hammock? I think I'll be fine in my own.
Okay.
Because the hammocks are big.
I
they're
don't
made
care.
for
No,
big.
if I'm paying in gold, I'm gonna. My money is like I'm rich all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like I'm a college student now. I'm rich.
Oh, 10 gold, 20 gold.
Like I got to finish his suit for free earlier. Nobody noticed, and like it's been badass making a couple bucks. So I'm gonna sleep in one of these massive hammocks all by myself.
All right. Yeah, he'll crawl into one and hop up in there.
So now tonight the fish are gonna swim, kind of like they're jumping in and out of the water, and I'm in a canoe.
Okay.
So my hammock is a canoe, and they're coming in and out of the water level.
I do the circle before settling down.
And you do have 2 of the fish have come to swim around you. You can tell them where to swim. Because they'll default, you're in a pond above you.
No, it's fine.
So you're underwater, right?
Metzley just gonna pause at him every once in a while.
When you paw at them, it looks like... It's like when you try to hit a fly and it moves out of the air pressure. It's like trying to catch something underwater. You push them away before they make contact because they seem to have some sort of liquid around them. Might be fun for a shifter. And
He is a cat-based shifter.
So the purring is putting you to sleep. Boy, for this being a Chult campaign, it got awful cute real quick.
It's like when you're nice and safe and in the town, like, oh, it's so cute. Then you go outside and go, oh my god, everything is terrible.
Even these piranhas seem nice.
All right. You go to sleep, and below you spreads out what looks to be a maze. And this maze fills in with water, and the water starts falling towards you.
As I'm sleeping?
And then you see that you are standing, and the water is running over you on top of this stone block. And you look down, and you can see this ziggurat below you. And you're looking out across all of Chult, and the sun rises up over the horizon, tipping up over the mountains, and you see its warmth spread over the jungles, and the jungles come alive and react to the sun's warmth. And as the sun reaches its zenith above you, darkness comes in the night, swimming through the darkness, and swallows the sun. And everything grows cold and dark, and you can see serpents coming through the water below you on the edges of the ziggurat and starting to go into its heart, where you rush down and through trying to beat the snakes, but the walls are absolutely writhing themselves with their moving bodies. And you get into this chamber and look up, and there is this massive circle of jet above you. And the circle of jet trembles and hums with power, and the snakes are trying to swarm it. And then it cracks. And in the crack across this jet-like stone circle, you can almost see light coming out. And then you wake up, and it's morning.
Hey. Breakfast time. How'd you sleep?
Fine. Hammocks are surprisingly comfortable. I should make one. I could hook them up to the trees outside when I'm...
That sounds fabulous. When?
No, on our journey tonight, or today, we just need to find a large enough animal to skin.
I'm not paying attention to them. I'm looking through the journal, making sure that that dream looks just like this one.
I don't have enough time to make it out of reeds or what's the other? Hemp or anything like that. I mean, skinning an animal would be the...
That seems cruel.
It could be, except for, we'll use everything, the meat and bones, and we don't have to. We can discuss it along the way. Are you all?
Yes.
You all right? You seem
I've had a strange dream that
greener than usual.
What was the dream?
Seems to be the same one that Glorio had. Glorio?
Natuno.
Natuno,
Oh yeah.
De Glorio?
Vedonza del Glorio.
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 You had the same dream as the Gloria?
Yes, some sort of ziggurat, a temple with a black ring above it. In its heart. Jet circle puns, some cracks, looks like
Yeah. You were on top of the temple at the beginning of the dream, but when the snakes came,
I got that.
You went inside.
I didn't put the ziggurat I didn't put the heart underneath the black.
You felt like you were in the middle of the temple, or the depths of it, and you were in a chamber that this circle of jet was above you. And you, to be fair, you did not see a roof or ceiling. The inside and outside got really blended. Yeah. So you walked in, you were going through the ziggurat, and you came into a chamber that could have been open to the night.
Well, I'm assuming that I'm watching this change around
just
me
all
and stuff, so I'm in and out. So, I understood.
Just a circle.
The imagery was very nice. I wasn't questioning
circle
that.
of jet.
It was really well said.
It's fascinating. I've heard of
have you seen any sort of
curses?
Step pyramids, some sort of shape like this? And I'll draw in the dirt something for Metzley to see if he's seen this shape before. It's a temple.
Yeah, they're ziggurats. They're all over the place. Minzo had dozens of them.
Minzo.
It was the main city of the Cholton people before the settlers came. It was Ubteo's own city. He lived there, and unfortunately he left us, and later on the city was sacked and destroyed.
Sounds terrible.
Would you say that one of these ziggurats would be somewhere within maybe eye distance or shouting distance of this totem?
It could be.
Do you think this is where we need to go? Is that where we're going?
Yes, I think you're still agreeable to this encounter.
Oh, yes.
Then let's make haste towards the totem.
Can we get breakfast first?
I suppose.
All right, so you guys go get some.
Different air now that I have scholarly endeavor. I'm food. I guess. Yes,
you're in study student mode. What's drinking? What's food?
Yep.
Hit the Hens Rain for some breakfast. Try one last noodle before the.
We don't have to spend a lot of time here. But...
the expedition.
All right, let's do it. Can I assist him in something?
Nat 1 again. That's the second Nat 1 you've rolled on this. Yeah. you start. Well, let's see.
Drag you back by the noodle. It's like part in your teeth.
He gets there. He's like going. You guys are eating. You guys are. Metzley is talking about how to prepare for this journey and how deep you're going to go into the jungle. You guys went up to the bay. Earlier. Now you're going deep into the jungle, and it's going to be different. It's going to be way more dangerous. You got to watch out for undead, things like that. And you're like listening, going, and the noodle goes all the way. You feel it finish in your mouth. You feel it finish, and you're so excited that you choke and just start spitting up noodle.
Does it come out in one piece?
It's coming out in one piece.
A Heimlich roll, would that be survival?
Medicine.
Hey, I have some medicine. I Heimlich you a 4. Boy, I make it worse, huh? I just give you that sharp slap on the back. That's too hard.
Difficult because he's so tiny, and you don't exactly know where his rib cage is. You guys just turn into a roiling mess of Rabbit throwing up noodle and you trying to hold him and grab him, and Daydreams at Night is stop! What are you doing?
No, we definitely lost our viewer a while back.
Oh yeah, most likely.
He was there for a while. He's I've had enough noodle throw up.
So
close.
So close.
Well, does that count? Does that count? Dream?
Yes. Yes, that counts. Something about keeping it down. Just finishing it.
Give her gold.
Oh my god. Okay.
You win the challenge, and so you pay her.
She's very kind.
I marked it as star in my journal. There's only usually 6 or 7 of those in the whole thing.
For the eating of the noodle?
This is a key event in my journal note.
Well, I guess not full.
No.
But I'm ready. Let's go.
Do you know that some species of rabbits eat their own feces?
I did.
Wait, you did? You didn't know, or you did eat your feces?
No, I talked to some of my cousins, and they told me apparently it's very good. I couldn't handle it though.
You all set off talking about rabbits and animals and all kinds of things. Does it, like, any special provisions you want to buy before you head out? Anything of interest? They're, like, you can create water, so you kind of are set for water.
I mean, are we gonna hold ourselves to rations this time or anything like that? I have a mess kit. We got a hunter. Make sure
My wander ability also says that I'm capable of finding food and water.
Yeah.
Water here is the most difficult one, because you can't drink
I
anything that's on the ground
so
already.
Much.
But he can create.
But he can create it. He negates that.
Yeah, so
And we've got a big, strong Chilton here.
Mm-hmm. No, I think we're...
So why do you turn into a cat?
Well, my people have been blessed by the Night Jaguar.
Who's he?
He is a aspect of Upteo, and he'll start to tell you about all of his... He's a mighty warrior. He hunts during the night, so, like, he... loner. That's why all of the tribesmen have to wander on their own. But as you're walking through the jungle, you do find out why he has so many, like, patches of tattoos over him.
Why?
So, as his people, they want to be closer to the Night Jaguar and become like the Night. So they go out alone on these journeys and they accumulate stories and deeds. And they go back to their village and they tell the deeds to their lore master. And when they're telling their deeds to the lore master pulls out his needle and ink and starts tattooing. And he just tattoos until the story of the deeds are done. So, like, all of these patches of black on him are the stories he's already told and accumulated so far. And he talks about all of, like, the greatest warriors and members of his tribe are as the knight, full knight.
Why not tattoo mazes? Seems to be a key function of your culture.
It sounds related to it. Is he supposed to relate their maze?
Yes, but why use this imagery rather than a maze?
Well, his is no imagery. Like, it's imagery because it's unfinished, so it's however the pattern the lore master is going, but he will be head to toe.
They're not pictures, though. They're like bands and squiggles.
Well, like bands here, there was a circle here. It just so happened to be that, but eventually his entire skin will be tattooed.
Gotcha.
But it sounds related to... Is this related to the maze lore?
And he explains a little bit more about the mazes. He's just like, it's personal. Everyone has to know their own maze. Everyone has to be able to draw their own maze.
But the maze is recounting your life, just like you're recounting your exploits.
The maze is
the
maze is the journey of your life. So yes, our deeds are a part of that. Our deeds are the journey, but we have to know what that journey meant and how it translates to the maze. And he'll even like when you guys get out for like a while or you're taking a break, he even like draws a part of his maze.
I take everything he draws. I
Well,
read everything.
he just does it all stick on the ground. And you can like
Well, that's what
try
I'm
to copy it.
saying. Yeah,
But he does a thing of it and he tells you what part of his life that was. He goes, this is when I was a child and I was learning to fish. And he shows you like this whole thing and why those branches of the maze mean what they mean in his story about, because for them learning to fish means standing at the edge of the lake waiting for fish to go by and getting them, like learning that skill of getting them out of the water.
It must be so quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to do something too. But does Metzley speak Chilton then?
Yes.
So I would like him to start speaking almost entirely Chilton to me, unless we're in danger,
All right.
so that we can
Hone your Chilton.
God damn it! All right, and then I also need to detect magic on a couple of things that we brought with us because I'm having dreams that match someone else's dreams.
Yep.
Oh, do you want me to do that?
Do you have detect magic? So,
Give me 10 minutes.
So I was going to say, yeah, I have it as well, so we can double up on this. And we can cast it as rituals since we have the time.
Yeah.
Is that how it works? So we don't have to waste spell
I
slots?
don't think you're a ritual caster.
That's why mine's a concentration.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Unless, does yours have the R?
No.
Yeah. So, rangers, like only druids, clerics, and wizards are ritual casters.
I'll give you the journal and the maps in the case as well, so we can detect magic on this. Those are the only things that we got, right?
And the scale itself, yeah.
And the scale, sorry. The scale is anything. Yeah,
Just give me half an hour.
Alright.
Alright, so you guys take a break. You cast your spell. No.
No, sorry. Here you go.
Actually, more interesting.
Why?
I assumed that these objects themselves were possibly working as a conduit for these intrusive dreams. Perhaps
They are.
I mean, just because something isn't imbued with magic doesn't mean that it isn't a conduit to something greater in the universe. Just as an example, do his piranha show up as magic to you? No?
no, they don't.
No.
Sorry.
And I guess it could go either way. They're either yes or no if I wanted to be consistent. But for me, magic normally is magic effect.
Gotcha.
And your spirits are a natural part of you and a natural part of this world. So.
Sorry, I had another spell
Thought.
slot. A spell slot.
Well,
I
let me.
never selected.
All right. So you sit and you're talking and doing all that, and you kind of get up and start walking again. You have quite a few days to get to the Oracle's Vale through the jungle. You have been, hearing the wildlife. The jungle is thick.
Saying hi too.
Yep, and everything around you is like, food, prey, or predator. Like sizing you guys up to see what you guys are. You speak with them, and it's just normal jungle business right now.
Do Aragon have large families, Oleg?
Oh, yeah.
Rumors are true.
Rumors? You've heard rumors?
I've said too much.
No.
I go over the rumors of, humping like bunnies and explain what that means to like...
Oh, like the cousins, yes. Yes.
And you've said that previously, or maybe we talked about it someplace else. Paragon do they have long-term relationships? Do they have bonding pairs, or are they like, hey...
No, we're more of a, how do you say,
bees in a field.
serial monogamous.
Serial monogamists.
Serial monogamy.
Gotcha.
I myself have no offspring.
Perceptions.
Hey. Hey.
-1. Or
Negative one. Natural one.
I had a -1. 17. Positive 17.
All right, so you guys are walking, and you've got Metzley talking to you about something, and he's hacking his way through some of the underbrush. But you realize, so you notice this, is that he's stopped hacking his way through the underbrush, and you guys are just walking, but you're looking around and you're going, someone has hacked their way through this underbrush recently. It's like he's just not taken notice to the fact that he's going through someone else's path because he's talking to you.
Metzley, would you say that we're right on the edge of a path previously hacked?
What, kind of looks around.
Maybe through here.
Someone has been through here. Maybe 2-3 days. Let's see, it's already growing back.
That's perhaps take this hacked path. This regrown path.
What's up, Drury?
Well, hey,
What's going on?
would you say this leads us in a general direction where we're still headed? Just for a time.
It does, yeah. And he, now takes a note of this. He goes, looks like it's going the same way we were. Very fortuitous, but we should be careful. Who knows who made this?
Are there any animals around?
No,
Oh, there's not?
you haven't noticed because of the one, but it has gone kind of quiet in this area because, and the thing is, if it was 2 days ago, the animals should have come back. Even if it was a big disruptive group coming through here, there should have been animals back by now.
Perhaps we should be...
What is going on, Druby?
Hey, dude. Perhaps we should take a
How is our
more-
sound, actually, by the way? I've changed some of the settings of the microphone, so if you can comment on that.
I'm glad you said that too, because I meant to say something earlier that I'm noticing that the microphone's not going into the yellow and the red quite as much.
I did, so besides the compressor,
Those when he talks.
I put on, I'm close. I put on a noise cancellation, background noise cancellation, just so not to get the fans and all this stuff.
Yeah,
So-
sounds fine, says. Even Galen? Talk at your normal voice, Galen.
You're so quiet.
Classic Galen.
So,
Okay. Perhaps we should make a more martial presence as we move forward.
More martial.
Yes,
Why?
I'm going to pull my weapons. I'm skinny that there's no animal sounds, that we've come a certain way, that Metzley has warned us. Oh yeah, you got a warn, that's why. I'm like, why? You wouldn't pay attention. Yes, my little friend. Things seem to be a bit more wary moving forward. Or we should be a bit more wary moving forward.
Good.
he pulls out his Macawaddle.
That came in loud and clear.
And he
It's very Dan Mintz.
kind of crouches down, starts to get dig in a little bit more, and starts moving a little bit more carefully through the underbrush, purposefully and carefully. Stealths for anyone who cares about such things.
Actually, since we're doing that, that's fine. Hold on. If we're so worried,
Are you going to do what I think you're going to do?
I am. Pass without trace.
Pass without trace. Isn't that like a plus 10?
Yep.
Yeah.
To stealth?
To stealth. To the
Okay.
entire group. So you are rolling stealth with plus 10.
Yep. A veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has plus 10 bonus to dexterity stealth checks.
It's
And
It's
can't be
friggin' amazing.
tracked except by magical means.
Yeah, leaving no tracks or anything like that. Woo, good thing too. With a nat 1, my god.
This dice. Still, 16 is not bad. Plus, do you have any natural stealth bonus?
Well, I have my dexterity.
He's not
so
proficient in it.
18.
Yeah, Metzley rolled a 3 for a 17.
I rolled a 7 for a 23.
You have stealth?
Yeah, I didn't
How
realize
did
how
you
much.
take it?
It's because my dexterity is so high. It's my,
Oh.
it's my second highest skill and my first highest, one of the two.
All right. I mean, yeah, you are a ranger. It should be your highest.
So, yeah, my dexterity is my highest and wisdom is my second, so I'm spellcasting.
Oh yeah, you're a ranger. I keep forgetting you're actual ranger
Yeah.
now because you play the scholar.
Yeah.
Because you're a scholar turned ranger.
Yes. Sage Ranger.
So you guys, you
This
just
is actually a very effective character. He's
Yeah.
got a lot of bonuses and cool stuff on him.
you just absolutely just blend in. The
And I'm
fish come around
Well,
you
no,
and they're coloring.
separated. There's half of them are on the ground as low as they can get, and the other half are as high as I can send them in the trees. So they're nowhere near me. No flashing.
Metzley's up in the front, walking.
Duration's for an hour, by the way.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Up ahead, there is kind of like a little rise ridge, just like a 2-foot drop off. But when you get up over that and you start looking down, you see a camp. And the camp has full-fledged tents. These tents are not tents that are native made. These look like tents from the mainland, like Sword Coast. Definitely from Fort Balarian. But yeah, there's tents, there's looks like where a campfire was.
So it's not currently occupied?
Not that you can immediately see, but I'm going to ask for a perception here in a minute. Huh?
What time of day?
It is getting towards late afternoon, early evening. But it's dark, because this is a jungle and it doesn't let a lot of light through. So in here it is pretty dark. I don't think you have dark vision, but you can see well enough. I'm just saying that.
Do you have dark vision?
No.
Does Metsu have
No.
dark vision? Damn, this is the.
Oh, he does. Sorry.
Oh,
he does.
okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was like, this is like going to be our first group where nobody can see it.
But no. But it's light enough. Like light comes through. I'm just saying that it's not. This isn't a well lit, bright, open forest or anything like that. It's a jungle. It's dark. So. You even see that a rain catcher, a water catcher has been set up. So it's obviously people that have been to civilization here and were expeditioning out here. The tents, there look to be 4 of them, pup tents, 2 person each. So up to 8 people would have been here. The campfire is pretty large, or the place where the campfire was. Perceptions.
How far away are we from the camp?
You're 20 feet. You're just right above it, kind of on that ridge. Nice.
11. It's your turn. You had no idea there was a camp here, but now that you know there's a camp here,
Yeah.
you know everything about this camp.
Well, once
So-
I stopped talking.
Yeah. Your ears. You can hear and see in one of the tents there is some movement, and it sounds like eating. That's in one of the tents. Then off on the left-hand side, past where like the water accumulates on the, because it's basically
Triangular tarp.
yeah, it's a little like 3 sticks you put down on a tarp that catches water. Past that, there's a pretty dense area of foliage, and there's at least 2 things that are over there and kind of like rummaging around.
Can I get within
2 things
about,
over there.
Gotcha. Can I get within about 30 feet of that water catch without being... Oh, I'm fucking invisible. Yeah, I want to get about 30 feet away.
Yeah,
You can't leave.
You can't leave so far from him, but you can get there,
Okay,
yes.
so I'm going to get about 30 feet away, and I'm going to use shape water to basically just make it sound like, something bowling ball size fell into it. So it makes a noise and splashes the water. We can see what comes out of tents and stuff.
Through the shrubs and the briars that are in that area over there, 2 things come out. They look like they were once people. One of them is in leather armor. The other one is in what probably used to be scale mail, though it is pretty not well put on them anymore. They are gaunt. Their mouths are now just gaping open with rows of shattered, sharp teeth. Eyes sunken, hands have broken, and kind of the skin and the nails and everything have peeled back to have the bone even be almost a little bit exposed and all sharpened almost. Rictus creatures, and they're looking around.
No, it does not.
No, it does not. Upteo, these men could not draw their mazes.
They couldn't draw their mazes? So this
That's
is what
one
happens
of
when
the-
you can't draw your maze? Fuck that.
That is one of the the big myths is if
Memorize.
if you cannot draw, if you go to Obteo and you cannot draw your maze, he rejects you from death,
Memorize
which means you go back.
Maze. Where can I get a maze?
You have to
Yeah,
you have to find that yourself, my friend. A discussion for another time. They're looking around. One of them comes up and just knocks over the rain catcher.
So they're mindless. They don't seem to have noticed.
Should we go around?
How many of them are there?
So the two that came out of the brush, there's one, or there is something else. It could be one of these in one of the tents eating something.
It's unnatural. We should make our way around.
I think I'd like to leave anyone left in this position. Perhaps we should put them out of their miseries.
I would like to destroy them.
I
Yes.
thought you said they can't die.
Well,
Well,
they can wander around though, spreading this whatever.
they can be released from this
Wouldn't you
before they
rather-
take anyone else with them.
For someone who considers this unnatural, wouldn't you wish to rid of the jungle of it?
They're just going to devour and kill more.
Help us, little Olin. Do something good for this jungle.
Okay.
All right.
What's
So
your
let's or plan. We're gonna strike the two that are obvious. So let's put Metzley on one, and you and I can get the other. How about that?
If that one's in the tent, we can try to collapse the tent and keep it trapped for a bit.
I will mage hand a little snipper for the ropes.
Okay?
I mean,
So you take care of the one in the tent.
Yes.
I'll go after those two. You back me up.
right. Let me get off the first shot.
How long do you need?
Oh, it'll be but an instant.
So he's like, you'll see me going after them, so
Okay,
shoot
don't
your
get-
shot.
Okay.
And he slides down the ridge behind one of the tents and starts to prowl around the side to go up to these two that are over by the water catcher.
So we've talked about this a couple times, and I've made sure that these guys are only coloring my character. But cutting stuff is not normally allowed.
No,
You
allowed.
let my piranhas cut small
Yep.
ropes and things. Okay, cool.
They're enough to disrupt and break the ropes.
Okay, cool.
So
it won't be for like large things, but like small ropes and
Yeah.
comical things that obviously snap your belt and things like that.
I'll let that
Alright.
it's flavor.
So I'll get within 60 feet.
Uh-huh.
And I'll
Easy enough.
Take a little drop of water that I'm sure is somewhere around here. And bam, ice knife.
Ice knife. Okay. So let's go ahead and roll initiatives.
Even though we're getting
They they have a you have a surprise round. You still roll initiative, so they're not going to get to act, but you act.
I
in order.
was rolling it. I heard what you said. Sorry, I dropped it, and the dice hit here and bounced into the thing and rolled me a 2. So I have a 6. Looked cool.
Yeah.
Maybe was that as long as you could wait without attention?
17.
17 for Oleg and
6.
Couple. All right, so
Thanks, Drew.
something else happened. Metzley rolled a natural 20.
Nice.
So
He gets the whole.
inspirations for everyone. I'm gonna do a couple different other things with that. Kind of treat it like the Joker from Savage Worlds, where everyone gets a fate point, basically.
So just for natural 20 initiatives.
Natural 20 initiative, yes.
Am I just scratching you right today or something? Or you just eat you? You just miss me?
That was
Okay.
That's cool. Well, you can never do it again. It'll never happen again.
What happened?
So I was rolling. I was looking at him, and I literally dropped the dice, and I swear you can't make it happen again. It hit just right to bounce in Tiddlywink style and roll, but it made like
And
a
you
very,
have to take it.
It made a very satisfying sound too. It was like really neat. It must be the seat because this is where Kaylin had her little dancing. Yeah,
Okay.
which we need to see real quick as we've mentioned it. And it must
I
play
did-
once.
I don't have it set up on this.
That's okay. That's alright. You'll be seen it anyway, so
Okay.
I'm not upset about it or anything, so okay.
It's just fun. Like, how many times we try and throw it in and it bounces out,
Yeah.
but the one time you accidentally drop it out. And
Or the fact that it won't, like, what did I hit? Nothing will bounce right here.
We have to go back and make that up.
Right, you have to clip that. Judy, clip that quick. I dropped the dice, but it bounced into the kitty.
So first is Metzley, but he's holding his action to wait for you. So
Yeah, you don't want to be near this when it goes off.
Oling, go.
Damn, use your inspiration. We just got it. Here, use the group one. It's for our first combat. So, Druby, we got new dice, and they are actual dice where it's like 50-50.
25.
It's somewhere below 10 or
25
somewhere
hits.
above 10. Every fucking roll is like low or high.
So it's a D10.
Dang. The damage on the ice knife's a D10?
Yeah,
Plus?
it's no
I think
plus.
it's plus anything, but so yeah, just 8 damage.
Just
So
8.
it hits the one for 8, right? And then it's going to explode.
Yeah. So 2d6.
Nice.
And is there any saving throw for the
Yeah,
explosion? Okay.
Here's the extra damage D6 too, so you have them. I like the red ones
Dex
'cause they
save.
feel
What
like
is
you're
your
like
what is
vicious.
your saving throw DC?
14.
You get them. They fail,
So an extra 5 damage each.
and that's to both. Is there any further effects based on ice or freezing or cold?
I feel the same way. Well, I'm not very superstitious about anything except for my dice. For me, it's not as much superstition as it is wrong weight. Where I'm like, this one's obviously badly weighted. Actually, tomorrow
You try to justify your superstition that
So-
it is physical weighting.
Tomorrow, during my tutoring, I'm teaching the kids some line plots, graphing, and then we're doing some bar graphing because it's 3rd grade stuff, even though they're 4th graders, and just solidifying old stuff. But we're going to do it with dice.
Nice.
They're going to roll a die 15 times, they're going to mark it down, and they're going to find that die's lucky number. Because really, you need something like 255 rolls.
Yeah.
But we're going to do 15 rolls just to show them the plot, and then they'll be able to identify, like, that die seems to roll 6 more. Then they can go home and do it themselves. And they can do as much as they want. And then I did a graphing one for the next lesson, and, like, I had to walk it back because I was like, oops. Like, I'm teaching kids to gamble again on accident.
Whoops.
Because I was doing 2 dice percentages, and I was like, I'm scrapping this lesson completely because it's turning into craps.
Yeah.
Because it's showing that you have more percentage chance to get
To
a
get
12
the-
because you can get it with a 6. Less percent chance for
Yeah,
12.
because you can only get it on a 6/6.
Yeah, that's why 7 and 11 happen all that day.
Bonus action Shalala.
Bonus action slightly, so
And
you're
I've been in trouble for teaching the kids craps at a different school I worked at years and years and years
What
ago.
do
So
you
it just
have?
kind of seems to gambling
can
and
I do
dice
it?
just
A
kind of
cantrip
make their
and
way
a
back
spell?
into my curriculum
Yeah.
somehow.
Okay, quarterstaff.
because Ice Knife is a first level spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have a quarterstaff, so it shillelaghs. Shalalok.
Shalegi.
Shalegi.
Shaleg. Cool.
Metzley is going to follow that. Like, once he hears the Ice Knife flying through the air, he lets out a growl and starts running in. He is using his bonus action to rage, and then crashing into the ghoul that you hit with the Ice Knife.
It's a pretty weak explosion.
Still, I mean,
5? It's a D6, right?
2d6.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad.
but you're a druid, level 3 druid, throwing a drop of water at some zombies.
He hits. Oh, he's reckless attack. He still hits.
That's Metzley's roll?
Huh?
Was that Metzley's roll?
Metzley, yeah. He's going in, growling at this thing, smashing down.
For some reason, I thought the zombies were getting a return attack for some reason.
No.
So that happened to me. I was working at a private school, and my boss came to me one day, and she goes, "Hey, will you talk for a second?" And I was like, "Sure." She goes, "Please tell me you did not teach the kids how to play craps." And I was like, "Well, the kid brought a bunch of dice to school, and at the time I only knew 2 games you could play with a bunch of D6s. One is Ship Captain Crew, and that's a prison game. So I taught them craps, but I didn't teach them how to gamble. I just taught them the statistics part of it. But they went home and told their parents they learned how to play craps at school, and I got reprimanded. I was 17 in my defense, so... now I'm 40 years old and I had to scrap a lesson because I was teaching them the same damn thing.
The ice knife slams into this thing. It goes kind of reeling back from the explosion, and then he just kind of basically pounces, runs up, comes down with that Maquaddle, and hits it here, and just catches its collarbone, and slams this thing down into the ground, breaking its shoulder and neck and back.
That's what I think that double-sided agave knife was. It's just someone's kid's toy.
And it hits the ground and like twitches and stops moving pretty quickly.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
he's growling. His face is now all looks caddish, felinoid.
I think that might be what a satisfied shifter looks like.
So you're using your mage hand to break down the tent around the other one. As the screaming and the ice knife all happen, it's like you almost see it like stand up in the tent, and then it's like.
Insert a pun about a nap there.
Yeah.
Hang on. So that's an action. Can I use I'm a 2-weapon fighter. Can I use my bonus action to strike with my offhand?
Sure. You want to run up to...
Let's run up and...
I guess... hold on.
So that's the question. With two-handed fighting, I attack and then I use my bonus action to attack again. If I cast as a two-handed fighter, is my bonus action of my offhand still viable?
I believe with 2-weapon fighting, if you attack with your main hand, you can then use a bonus action to attack with your offhand.
That makes sense, because especially since right now I haven't described any walking around and stuff, so it would be more of like me casting and then hopping over and using my offhand to kind of slap something. So I think we'll skip that.
Do you have any other bonus action
I don't
stuff?
have any. I mean, it's like Hunter's Mark and Favored Foe stuff, so no, nothing that I can.
You want to mark one of these guys?
Let's mark the one in the tent.
In the tent? Okay. Favored Foe or Hunter's Mark?
I haven't struck him, so it has to be Hunter's Mark.
True.
Still, I can pick the damage on Hunter's Mark, which is good.
And the damage applies to everything, which is the greatest part of Hunter's Mark. All attacks, not just the first attack that hits.
Cool.
Alright, so you mark the one that's all...
He has a glowing Sims dongle by his head.
In World of Warcraft, Hunter's Mark is a red, like, old-styley crosshair with, like, 2 arrows.
Really?
Like 2 bow and arrows pointing down.
I gotcha.
Like 2 bow and arrows coming down and, like, a filigree coming around it. It's like, shing!
It used to just be
the red arrow coming down. It used to just literally be a target, like a reticle and a red arrow. Like,
yeah, this one is just one piranha swimming in a circle furiously.
And glowing red.
Yeah, his belly's getting redder and redder.
Alright, so...
Also, sorry I rolled Hunter's Mark on everybody's D&D page.
Oh, nice. Also, honestly, though, every game can technically be a gambling game. Like,
it's true. It's true. And it's
the societal outlook of it.
Yeah, it just... I understand exactly what happened in that situation.
Yeah.
And in this one,
it was deserved.
In this one, it wasn't really... I didn't scrap the lesson because I was teaching kids how to gamble again. I just realized that statistics is not a 4th grade standard.
Yeah.
And I realized that I was so excited about getting to use these dice and teach these kids some statistics that I got ahead of myself and realized I was falling into something that I had done before as well. Where I'm like, fuck, now I've gone into like 11th grade math and repeated an old mistake all at once, just on a Sunday afternoon in my own office at home with my computer.
All right. So they got no actions that turn. That was on 22, 17, and 6. We're starting over the initiative round, and it is Metzli first.
Oh, so what you were trying to tell me about Hunter's Mark hitting everything is that my main hand and offhand weapon are both getting a +6 to this shit.
Yes,
Fuck
plus
yeah.
D6. It's every hit.
I'm going to be a murderous ranger.
It's amazing.
Rangers can be very murderous.
But all these spells.
Yeah.
This is going to be a crazy-ass character.
So Metzli turns on the other one and attacks and bites. it.
Don't bite it.
Can't tell him what to do. He's enraged.
Well, I try anyway.
Also, I like Drewby's speech, like his little speech text here. This is blackjack and backgammon. I used to love casting it on people in PvP. Would freak them out. It's like you cast blackjack.
He was talking about 100 mark.
I know, but it's just like it looks like you're like I cast backgammon.
Hits the Mac Waddle. 6. Then he's going to bite.
I realized I should cast Totem instead of Shillelagh.
Oh, reckless attack. Sorry. He's always reckless attack.
Little Shillelagh. How is it spelled exactly? Spell it for me.
Shillelagh.
It's on your thing, right?
Oh, I'm putting the lay in the middle. It's Shileleigh. Yeah, Shillelagh. Yes.
Alright. He hits successfully with his bite.
First.
Oh, yeah, it's a double L, and I put a U in there. Wait, A-G-H? Not E-I-G-H?
Yep, spell the cards.
Yeah, it's... I gotta
study some Celtic or Scottish or something.
I
don't have any...
think...
It's literally Celtic for just a wooden
stick.
Yeah, wooden club, cudgel.
I don't have any... I got some German training, but I don't know.
I think I wrote that out once. I was typing it.
German. Gaelic isn't German. Gaelic isn't German.
Isn't German?
Isn't.
Yeah, I know that. That's
what
I
he's
know
saying.
Some Japanese and some German and stuff like that, but I don't know any like Scottish or English or Latin, that kind of stuff. I don't know any of those.
One time I actually typed out Shillelagh and I was just like, oh my god, like how is this even spelled? And I got to the end of it and the document didn't say I spelled it wrong. I'm like, no way. And I took it, I copied it, I put it into Google, I spelled it right on the first try.
Nice.
And I will never attempt to spell it again. I did my one shot. I retire undefeated.
I mean, he can vouch for me that I spelled it correctly the first time.
All right, so
I've written anti-establishmentarianism so many times at this point, and it's
Fuck
spelled.
those guys.
It's spelled perfect. Well, those are. It's a good thing.
Anti-establishmentarians? No, they're not.
I mean, you're against the establishment?
This establishmentarianism is
I know, I'm giving
separation
you a
of
hard time.
church and state. Anti-establishmentarianists
want that together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he brings up his Macwaddle, slams down onto this thing, which spins it around, and as it's spinning around, he lunges in and tears out this thing's throat, where you can see black Icarish blood kind of splay out across his face and chest, though he doesn't seem to care or spit it out or think it's disgusting. He just tears out this thing's throat, and it staggers backwards and just falls. That was on 22. 17. The only one that's left is the one in the tent.
We'll take a hard look around and
Perception.
ooh, 9.
Okay.
His eyes are a little too far apart.
I'm a little disturbed at what I just saw.
Mm-hmm.
What, eating black guts?
Him biting the throat out of a ghoul.
But if that thing's flailing around in the tent, I will go and... Yeah, why not? Totem of the bear and try and make sure that it stays caught within the tent.
Okay, so what does Totem of the Bear do?
Gives me a advantage on strength checks.
Oh, so you're going to grapple him. with the
Not so
tent.
much him, but try and like gather.
The tent, yeah.
That'll make things easy for me when I hit him.
And it gives everyone...
alive?
No.
No, we're literally here trying to expunge these things.
It's everyone gets advantage on strength checks, right?
Yeah.
Everyone in the radius.
Mm-hmm.
So this bear spirit comes down into the middle of the camp
He
and
also
radiates strength.
feel
And
5 plus HP.
I was going to say.
yeah, we all get 5.
Temporary
It's not
hit
here.
points.
It's 5 temporary hit points. Yeah. So
I say, whatever you've done there, Oling, I feel amazing. Kind of
I feel like that all the time.
Metzli now has 12 temporary hit points. It's like doubled his hit points because he shifted before the fight.
For some reason, the fish look like they have light brown hairs growing on them.
Like my ears too.
little barriers.
Doesn't seem that that's a bad thing to have in the water.
All right, go ahead and make a athletics check advantage. This isn't opposed or anything. He's just grabbing up the tent. So.
Oh, I do have a foot.
You have athletics?
Yeah, but it's only +2 because I have no strength.
I think I have some athletics too. Yeah, I do. It's +2 also. This
16.
character is awesome.
So you grab up the tent and the thing inside falls down and is like struggling. It's clawing. It's starting to claw its way out through the canvas, but it's not anywhere near like being released yet. On 11, it's going to try to get out. It fails to get out. It's just tearing wildly at all this stuff, and it's making big rips, but nothing that it's being able to get out of because it's also ropes and the other stuff that was inside the tent. So yeah, 7. You.
I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire
Or 6.
on Oling so I can keep an eye on him. No, let's get some double swats in and see what this looks like.
You leap down and pull out your 2 short swords and.
Comes number 1. So on my second one, I don't get to add my.
You do.
I don't get to add my bonus
Nope,
to it.
you
Though.
get.
I get all of my everything.
Yeah, because you are a dual weapon fighter. That's your fighting style.
This just seems unfair.
Yeah, but you're using your bonus action to do it.
First one is a natural 1.
Alrighty then.
But I'm gonna not take
Okay.
that. My first strike is a 16.
Okay. That's it. Yeah.
All right.
And
then
the
on my offhand.
offhand.
Yeah, natural 1.
Wait. No, go ahead. Sorry.
So offhand is a 24.
Yeah. I just wanted to let you know that in one level, you get a natural second attack. So you're going to attack twice, and then a third attack,
Nice.
and you're going to get all of this stuff on all of it. Like you haven't played a fighter before.
I played a fighter or a ranger.
So,
Dark was pretty martial.
Yeah, but he's a cleric. He's a
too much of
caster.
Thinker and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
So this is like your first true
All right. So
battle class.
that's
So
2 successes. So that's 2d6 plus 4 plus 2d6 for the hunter's mark damage.
right. So it's 2d6 plus 4, then 2d6 plus 4.
Oh, it's 2d6 plus 4 plus 2d6 plus 4. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So that is it's 11 damage on the first hit. And what is that? So 9, another 13 damage. So that's 24 damage total.
Yeah. So
Strike.
that's a dead ghoul. You just kind of come up and put your blades exactly where you can see its head, neck, all that stuff. Just
Oh wait, doesn't the bear do something too?
No, not for
Yeah,
this.
strength check or
It's
hit points.
strength checks, not
Oh, strength check,
attacks
sorry.
or anything like
gotcha.
that.
Sorry.
Um,
Just trying to-
barbarians
that
get the
was-
same
it just
thing.
felt
They get
good.
strength.
It just felt like
Yeah,
I wanted
you
more.
just not to downplay it. You killed a difficulty
One.
a challenge rating 1 monster in 1 round. So
Level 3, not too bad. All right.
I'm a little like, oh, okay.
yep.
The fish go after the corpse, and then all of their faces turn black in the mouth. The hair goes away, but it looks like the color on it looks like they're swimming through what would look like ink in water. So you see it on their bodies and stuff.
All right. 22. Back to the top.
Is there anything left?
He's looking around. Metzli is looking around. He's and he kind of comes over to where you guys are to be closer to you. But he's still kind of bestial, walking on 3 legs with a macawaddle. And
Friend him.
As beast, animal friendship. So he kind of comes up and he's looking around and he's not really sure, nothing's moving. And you see him take that macawaddle and he goes and he just slaps it onto his back and digs the blades into his back.
I thought he hit himself in the head. I was like,
Just kind of down his back.
just congratulates
If
himself.
if a barbarian is enraged and they don't attack something or take damage in a turn, their rage ends. So he doesn't know if the threats are all gone, so he's trying to keep himself in his rage.
That's fucking.
That's 22. 17. Only.
Fucking take a look around. 18.
There's movement through the forest to the north, or through the jungle to the north. And it's like, so you guys are up on like the north side of the camp. That's where the one that was in the tent was. And the south side of the camp is where the water catcher was. So the other two are dead down here. This one's dead in the tent. Up here, there's like something coming through the tents, through the thing. I will let you hold your hunter's mark for a turn, because you can transfer it without casting it again if there's another target ready.
Really?
Yeah. You don't. That's another thing that has above favored foe is you can keep it going. You can ride it out.
For up to an hour.
Uh-huh. It is a concentration spell.
What's up with these rangers?
Does it just sound like one?
No. Sounds like multiple.
Fucking summon beast.
All right. What you summoning?
Call forth a bestial spirit, man.
Oh, yeah,
This is in an unoccupied space that you can see within range between me and the noise.
Okay.
This corporeal form uses the bestial stat block.
Which is down there. And I think, do you give it actions on as a bonus action? Do you tell it? Do you command it on bonus action?
It obeys your verbal commands. Its initiative is mine, but immediately after me.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't issue any commands, it takes a dodge action and uses its move to avoid danger.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do gorilla.
Okay. So this is it because it is a spirit. Does it have any
It's got
unique?
ears.
So it's got rabbit ears. Like a rabbit-eared gorilla comes down.
This
it's like-
monstrosity.
And it's like, and it's just sitting between you and the forest or the jungle around you.
It seems to be surrounded by fish for some reason.
You are now, since it drawed your attention to that, you are now seeing that things are coming through the jungle.
You know what? More than just, it's got like a rabbit's head.
It's a grabbit.
It's a rabbit.
It's a grabbit. I can see even the coloration is more like the rabbit coloration.
I'm picturing those like rubber horse masks, but like a bunny, like a really professional bunny one on a gorilla.
Like, think of the Donnie Darko like rabbit mask on a gorilla.
Wow, that's a fucked up rabbit. Nightmare fuel for sure.
Yep. Okay.
Things are getting weird.
11. 3 more ghouls come rushing out. One looks like it was in robes, which are now all tattered. It is kind of gnomish inside size. Gnomish inside. It is gnomish in size. There is a Dragonborn Ghoul, which is terrifying. It is mostly naked at the moment. It just has like a belt and some pants. It looks like it had metal armor and it's dragging like a sabaton behind it. Like it's kind of gotten off of it and it's just coming at. And the last one is it looks like it was in a suit, like more of a like an outfit that shouldn't be in the jungle, like a nice coat and all this stuff. Obviously, it's ruined now, just absolutely shredded. But there is still it still has a cap on with like a big old feather coming out of it. And it's got a loop. Is she barking?
Mm-hmm. Something's outside the door.
Somebody's probably watching us.
Is there something out there?
I mean, Drewby's watching us.
No, I just think she got all up all of a sudden. Unless she's just fooling me. Oh, I saw somebody walk up or something.
It still has the remnants of a musical instrument strapped to its back.
The gnome?
No, the third one, which looks like it was an elf
Gotcha.
in a really nice outfit. They come running out.
Perfect. We have a big scary one. We have a tiny one. And a medium. I'll take the medium.
We gotta grab it.
They're all going after the first thing they can see, which is your nature spirit. So
Can I switch the hunter's mark to the suited one? Just kind of.
you have to use your bonus action on your turn. So you're not going to be able to do double attack,
Gotcha,
but at least it'll move the thing. All right, so
It has dark vision.
What does your
the
spirit?
nature spirit. Here we go. First ghoul.
Can you see through the nature spirit's eyes?
No, I don't think so. It's just a summoned creature. It's not like a familiar. What were you barking at?
Yeah, I think she just knows it's almost break time. Because when I opened the door and came back, she ran over to like, are we going outside?
Dandy.
Get off. There's nothing out there.
9, I'm assuming does not. Oh, sorry. 11 does not hit this nature spirit, right?
So its armor class, no. Its armor class is 11 plus the spell level that I casted it at, so it would have been 13 armor class.
So 11 plus SL, whatever it says.
Yeah, 11 plus the level of the spell. And since this was the second level spell.
So 13. 11 misses. The second, the Dragonborn one, that was the gnome. 6 misses. The fancy one gets an 18. So it hits. That is going to be a Constitution saving throw for your nature spirit, unless it is immune to the paralyze effect condition. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage to it.
Do you want me to roll the Constitution?
And yeah.
15
Oh yeah.
plus 3.
You're good. So it takes 6 damage. Do you want me to keep track of that, or you should be keeping track? It's your aminal.
Tell me to do it, even though you should be doing it. Do it yourself.
So it takes 6 damage?
Yep.
Okay, so does it get the plus 5 from the totem?
Sure. Yeah. Should.
So that would put it at 35 total, down to 29 now. Big spear.
That is the ghouls.
My turn.
So
All right.
transfer the mark to
Transfer
the
hunter's mark to
Dragonborn.
the fancy one.
Oh, the fancy one. Okay.
Because we have a big scary guy. He can take the big scary dragon.
Yep.
We have a tiny person who can hit the tiny.
And you're taking the fancy one because you're the fancy lad.
Let's hit this fancy one.
That's really good. Didn't realize I just mirrored you guys.
It's our Zaro team. All right. Regular old slappity slap with the short sword.
Mm-hmm.
19 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits. Oh God!
6.
Double ones.
6. The lowest I could do with my hunter's mark is the 6. That was it.
All right.
I like these dice. It's
It's
making the game
different.
spicy.
That was on 6, so back to 22. Metzley just charges at the big one. Comes down on it. Reckless attack, of course. Absolutely hits. 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 damage on the initial attack. And then he's going to...
24 damage to 6. I guess I was holding it in the
It shows the range of like the ranger, I guess. Because 6 is... That was literally the lowest damage I could have put out. 23 was badass.
Not as good as Vidic.
Well, I mean, Vidic was a level 10 fighter.
All right, so
He's a battle master.
What I said was not true.
Yeah, that's it. There you go.
Not untrue.
he is also going to bite this Dragonborn because that's just what he does. I think he's going to miss this though. 6, 11.
Does he just get his bite as a bonus action? Is that what
As a
it
bonus
is?
action, yeah,
That's
because
awesome.
of his shifter.
That would be fucked up fighting the shifter. It's just every turn, no matter what he does, he's also.
No, you had that because you're the beast druid. But yeah, just
Beast Barbarian.
beast barbarian. Yeah. That's it. So he had an 11 to hit. Unfortunately, he needed a 12. Almost.
I'm gonna shellac this guy.
All right, so yeah, you
That
That
shellac
probably is similar etymology to shillelagh.
could be.
Give him a shellacking.
I'm on it.
1 second.
I'm not one of those people that's like, erase my browser history. I'm like, enjoy. Trying to figure out what's going on in there.
Alright.
All right, so you're attacking one, and Metzley is up in combat next to these things. He went after the Dragonborn, which is next to the small one. You're hitting the small one.
Yeah, I'll go with small one. Small one.
Since he is next to the small one, you gain advantage on the attack rolls because he is disrupting them in a way that basically going in, knocking them off guard, getting them to focus on him. So his totem is the wolf, but for this it's the jaguar. Since he's in there attacking anything around him in melee range, you get a advantage on.
That's funny because the Garabbit also has pack tactics.
No, they have completely different etymological derivatives.
Huh.
So this is Gaelic and shellac is French, where shell is the shell, and then lac, which enlates, which means in small thin layers. So shellac is putting a shell in thin layers.
15.
Hits.
Whereas shillelagh is from sail,
Sail?
where sail means
sail.
willow or cudgel.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of a mix of weird things.
Cudgel's a great word.
We'll go ahead and do it with 2
Cudgel.
hands.
Oh, so
Bam!
never mind. Thong. So the shillelagh, the ale part, is like a strap or a leash. So this is basically a cudgel with a strap. That's what a shillelagh means. It's a stick with a handle that you can.
It's a stick with a lanyard.
with a lanyard, yeah. So you don't lose it when you hit somebody.
9 damage.
9. All right. So the grab it.
The most boring D&D street damage.
9 and 3. Oh, so it's
9 should hit.
It's weird looking at your screen. All
9
white.
plus 4, so 13.
Yeah, that hits. He doesn't have dark mode on, dark vision mode on, or under dark mode.
Under dark mode. Actually, last time Dayton came over, I showed him. I was like, "There's been some changes." He hadn't looked at D&D Beyond in like a year.
Oh, that's dumb. It's got multi-attack, but it's the number of attacks equal to its spell level.
So 2.
Half its spell level.
Oh,
So
1.
rounding down. But it has maul.
Okay. Then use maul.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out because it doesn't have a proficiency bonus.
Should have an attack bonus.
Oh, it's also a small base.
It's fine.
Monkey.
It's a
given.
given. Grab it.
A gribbon.
A gribbon. Gribbet. Ribbit.
Okay, let's continue.
Anyway, what's the
1d8 plus 4. Plus the spell's level's piercing damage.
Wait, say that again?
Your spell attack modifier to hit. Reach 5 feet. 1 target. Hit 1d8 plus 4 plus spell's level's piercing damage.
Okay, so 1d8 plus 6.
8. I wonder if that cat's out. That came across the way. She's looking like right out the window.
Grab it. Jabs into this thing, is punching this this gnome. One of these gnome ghoul.
Jeez, man, you're down this fast.
All right.
Killed my treat, my mom.
No, that's it.
They just had 2 empty cans.
Oh, gotcha. I thought one was one. That's what.
All right.
Got it.
That was on 17. 11, they go. The Dragonborn. Huh?
I'm 11.
No, you're 6.
Oh, yeah. I was 11 last week.
Yeah. So, the Dragonborn's attacking Mitzley.
This is the first combat.
Yeah.
He is... since he's reckless attack, it gets advantage to attack him. And he is double 19s. Definitely hit. It's going to bite him.
This was all biting.
10,
We're in the jungle.
11,
There's a dinosaur
12.
on the overlay.
So he took 12 damage, which is all of his temporary hit points. So he did not take any damage.
Nice.
Which means, and the bite doesn't do the paralyze. So,
It's like time served.
yeah.
You're guilty, but you're free to go.
So,
Just like it.
now the gnome on your
I did. I'll see.
Gribbet.
Gribbon.
10, 11, 12, 13. 13.
That matches.
That's because it has an 11 plus 2, so 13. So it hits. It needs to make a saving throw.
12.
That will do it. 5 damage. And you moved up to attack the fancy lad. The fancy elf, so it's going to attack you. 15?
Just barely.
Okay. You need to make a constitution saving throw.
Oh.
That would be a ribbon. A rabbit gibbon. A ribbon.
A ribbon.
Fuck yeah. 15.
Okay, you're fine, except for the 7 damage you take. Which, remember, you have 5 temporary hit points,
Oh,
so
yeah.
you only take 2.
Dang, good call on the temporary hit points.
Thank you.
Well, I was telling him for reminding me. I don't give a shit if you cast it or not.
There's a button to give yourself temporary hit
I
points.
know. I didn't want to play with it though because I knew I'd mess it up.
All right. You give yourself triple, just like the gold.
Dude, I also had a in my additional items in my pack. I had a quill and a letter from a dead colleague that I haven't with a question I haven't been able to answer yet. 3 of those. Can't answer this question. Can't answer this question. I don't know what the fuck this one's all about.
So these things are just trying to push in on you, but because you guys have met them basically, and you're all moved up there, just this desperate melee against these monstrous ghouls that used to be adventurers, just like you at some point,
Just like us?
just like you, and died out here.
I would love to hear their stories.
I like that Olin talks to everybody so much he occasionally breaks the fourth wall to ask the GM a question directly.
Back to 22. Reckless attack again.
I didn't get to go.
Oh, sorry, go.
Didn't even get
11, right? It was 6.
All right. I'm gonna double chop this guy.
Yeah,
All right.
It's a good call.
it is definitely a good call.
All right. Let's double chop it. 10.
Jesus.
No, that misses.
Looks like
You want to use a...
it's really impressive. There's a cool dance with it.
Oh,
Nat 20? There you go.
All right.
So,
10.
it's max damage, but it's max all dice. So
okay.
6, 12.
So it's 10 plus the 6 is 16. So that's a single hit because it's 1d6 plus 4. That's 10. Plus a d6 is a 6.
Okay, 6, 12 plus 4, 16.
16.
Good use
So
of inspiration.
16 plus 2d6.
Is it only one? Does the hunter's mark count as
Yeah.
both? Cool. 16 plus 10, so 26 damage.
Yep, that's a dead ghoul.
What was it? There was a cool dance to it. And
Yep.
everything?
Probably one of
You're
the
like-
best uses of inspiration I've seen.
Yeah, you miss with your offhand. It's and it like jumps even in on the second one, and you just like come up with that, and it takes its leap right at it. Head comes off, bounces against your chest, falls against the ground like.
You get the impression that the fish are doing this, but one of them goes,
yeah, it's a very dead ghoul. Now top of the order. Metzley hits. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 damage. Dropping that one. And he bites, he crouches down to bite the gnome.
gross.
It's so gross. He hits. Oof. 11. Yeah, that's dead. So, just bites into its neck, tears it apart. He roars into the jungle.
Maybe you should stop calling more of them, Metzley.
More!
Take care of yours.
Oh, that's all of them, isn't it?
Yeah,
Huh? That's all of them. Yeah.
Alright.
That you see.
I tell the gibbon to go make a.
Jumps up, runs around.
Fish seem to follow. Yeah, let's make a quick search of this camp.
All right. Well,
Also go over and heal.
okay.
Yeah, you can do that. I'm specific. You mean I'm not trying to be a dick about it, you've already got it. I'm specifically looking, since we don't know how much time we have, for papers, journals, maps, writings, that kind of stuff.
7.
He was only down 1 hit point, so.
He looked.
All right.
He's covered in so much other.
Yeah,
gore,
he's just. It's hard to tell. And he finally lets himself come out of his rage once it seems like there's nothing going on. And you guys are gonna search this camp, but it is break time. So if you guys want to take a break,
Yeah, let's take a break.
Yeah.
we'll take a little break. We'll come back. We'll find the aftermath of this camp. See what else.
Very disturbing. Why do you have to bite him?
I didn't think about zombies in the jungle.
Not you.
There's lots of them. Lots of undead. It's a huge problem in Jolt. They weren't zombies. They were ghouls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
getting close to cookie time, and I gotta have my containers ready.
Were you around for cookies last time? Did you get anything last week?
Last year.
Oh yeah.
My mom makes a crazy amount of cookies at Christmas. It's always worth it to be around. For a little while, she was making peanut brittle for too many people. Like, it was good stuff, but she always makes the most of that. I was able to share with people. A little while there, it's like.
Forgot to put my break message on. We'll be right back.
There's a lot of stuff like that out there you should be able to find.
Was it good? Was it good grass?
It's kind of dry.
Owen's answer.
Hello, everybody. We're back.
We got another viewer while we were here.
What? To watch our break message?
I guess they'll be back eventually.
All right. So, you have just stumbled upon the camp of a group of adventurers who, apparently have met a dismal end, rose again as ghouls, and have met another dismal end at the end of your weaponry.
Does the ribbon find anything?
There is nothing else around. These ghouls have kind of scared all the other wildlife and creatures off, and there's no more ghouls than what's here.
I'll give it a few pets and thank it for its service.
That was your gorilla you said goodbye to?
His ribbon.
The rabbit.
It is a small creature.
Oh, it has to be small people.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's okay. We got to see it. You'd never cast it before, so the first cast was awesome. It was like gorilla, and you're like, oh, like do it again. You're like, I can't.
No, you say it's a ribbon,
came out
a
as
gibbon.
gorilla, but then it kind of shrunk
It
down.
slowly became rabbit size.
A gibbon-sized.
Gibbon.
A ribbon.
There we go.
So, throughout this camp, you find some things. I guess, importantly, you find about 60 gold worth of money. The remnant of weapons and gear and rations, survival gear if you want it, nothing really of note, though Metzley does take one of the tents and says, I can use the canvas to make a hammock.
Can.
I don't have to kill anything and skin it.
Just the money and stuff, though. There's nothing specific.
Nope, there's there are some books and things like that, but they're like notes and journals and songs and, not...
What do you think they were doing here?
It's hard to say from these leftovers. I mean, did their uniforms tell us anything? Do they look like adventurers?
They look like adventurers. We should speak to the Flaming Fist when we get back to Fort Balarian. They sponsor a lot of the expeditions of adventurers into the wilds. We probably should have gone to them and see if they would have sponsored us going out here to begin with.
Sponsored?
Right. Say we were going to go see the Oracle Vale, and they have something of interest that's in that area. We could go investigate that for them, bring back any reports, and they give us extra money.
So we'll tell them that when we get back.
And if this is a failed expedition of theirs, then they'll want to know.
Will they sponsor us that?
They might recompense us.
Well,
I say we press on. We've done our deed here. So we've done our good here. We've cleared this forest of some of its undead ne'er-do-wells.
I guess that's good.
It's very good. This sort of thing can spread from what I hear. By the way, how are you feeling?
Oh yeah, that was gross.
No. No. Yeah, it smells pretty bad. Let's find some water.
Take that for water.
Yeah, when you cast it, does it just come out like a sphere, a cube? Is it just like a fucking...
It just...
You create up to 10 gallons of clean water within range in an open container. Alternatively, the water falls as rain in a 30-foot cube within range, extinguishing exposed flames in the area.
Yeah.
So I just created a 30-foot shower that was like...
I mean, I have that spell. It's not prepared, but...
All right. You guys continue on and get well enough away from that camp.
Take a breather.
We could. I just wouldn't recommend we do it here.
Oh, okay.
He does actually want to burn the bodies, though.
Right.
Actually, you could probably do that. You could probably take a short rest here while he gathers everything up, piles everything together, burns it.
Short rest, you say?
Short rest, I say.
Yeah, what's your accent, man?
Huh?
Keep forgetting your accent.
No, I didn't. I'm just talking in and out of character. Relax.
Boop.
What's your accent? Talking fast every so often.
Ooh, sick burn.
Huh?
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 Huh? Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Right.
Sometimes I need to ruminate.
All right, so
Sometimes you need to what?
Ruminate.
Oh, ruminate. I thought you said
he
roommate.
gathers everything up,
I
lights it on
ruminate,
fire,
so-
make sure it takes well, but also goes out.
Your roommate's name is ruminate?
And that's your hour of doing that.
Yeah, you gotta... Here, I'll clear it out. Don't use your lungs to do that or you'll hurt yourself.
Yeah.
What did you do?
So just use the pressure in your mouth, create a vacuum that you kind of continuously pull on. Because if you try to go, you're trying to pull against the claw, you're just gonna, it's not gonna go anywhere. You just have to create a vacuum in your mouth.
All right, so you can start moving on. He wants to get to a point where there's at least animals again before you rest for the night.
Sense. He's a smart one.
The native, they say.
And once you get far enough away from the ghoul encampment, and there's animals again and wildlife and sounds around you, you set to make camp yourselves, where Metzley will turn that tent into a hammock that he can rope up between two branches.
You're very good at this.
Is he?
It's a hammock.
It's all right.
It's alright. Excuse me.
Will you be joining us this time?
Yes.
So it's a big old cuddle puddle in the hammock.
So when you like touch stuff, does it become wet?
What? Sorry.
What?
What did you say?
What did you say?
What did you say? Oh, when I touch stuff, does it become wet? It depends on how long I touch it, yeah. I'm one of those genasi that my skin is moist most of the time. I look like I'm sweaty.
That's okay.
Yeah. I look sweaty, but in the jungle, I probably look like I just belong here. I look wet with the leaves and stuff like that. So yes, as I lay on stuff, it gets wet. As I wear stuff, it
That's
gets
okay. You
wet.
can still sleep with us.
Actually, I wonder how clothes
mean, it's-
would work. Clothes would be wicking my water all day. I would be dripping.
If that was yes, if that's the case, if you are wet, then
I am dripping. That's good. I'm
Do you
just
have to
walking around with slosh.
Drink like 10 times? Like drink more than an average person then?
I don't think so. My body is generating water. Like I can just create water all day, like 10 gallons of it. So I'm sure my body's just pouring water out.
Can we drink it?
Sure.
it's raining here all the time anyway. So
Just like wicked off it.
Is it salty?
Probably a little bit to a lot, depending on what I'm doing. No, I would say it's probably pretty fresh, because otherwise I would be just caked in salt all the time.
in brine.
I imagine it's probably got a little bit of a gooey consistency, like a mucus. Otherwise, it wouldn't work properly. That would mean that I could breathe underwater through my skin. Yeah, so I'm going to be kind of covered in a thin layer of mucus. Gross.
It's
pretty
okay.
gross,
You can
dude.
still sleep with
A
us.
salamander. Yeah. It's probably cooling. It's probably very nice.
Because it is sweltering here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hot, humid.
Well, that's great. Now we know the cobble's kind of greasy. Sounds fun.
You guys get in your hammock. He sets up a nice little rain break above you, and
I guess I'll
kind of sleep.
take first watch since we did run into zombies. So I'll look around for zombies and stuff.
He'll take middle because that's the part of the night he likes the most, and he can see. So
You take the early morning. You're probably awake anyway. Do rabbits sleep extra or less? I feel like rabbits are probably like other rodents and cats and things like that. They probably sleep more than usual.
lots of inactivity time.
You just, I'm picturing your personality as the UPS guy from In Living Color with too much caffeine. Do you remember that character? So Orlando Jones, no, he's whatever.
All right,
Cool. Perception.
perception.
Hey, 19.
All right.
Take it.
So there's lots of noise.
It was a 15 when I threw it. No, it's +4, but it was a 15 when I dropped it. It was a 5.
Yeah, but you only have +4.
Yeah.
There's lots of noise in the jungle, and you've been here a couple weeks now, so you're kind of used to what is dangerous and what is not. You do hear some pretty vigorous rustling through the foliage nearby a couple times, but that could just be prey running from predators. It could be predators running around to see like what's in their area, but there's a couple like
I will fairy fire the area with violet light.
over where you think they are.
Where the thing is making the sound.
It's like
It's an area.
it's
20-foot cube.
like that's a 20-foot cube. How far off does it go? What's the range?
Oh, the range on it is 60 feet.
So you just like hit an area out in the thing. You can see like you're obviously doing it on the ground because you hear it in the foliage. Like, and
Looks like everything is splashed with a purple glow stick.
like one of your fists just gets there and splashes all over that place to send this ink, and it hits, and something runs off. And it seems, I mean, when I say largest, but largish meaning mid-sized. It's not like a dinosaur or like anything like that. It's not a natural large creature, but it's not a tiny or small little thing. Something kind of large was over there, and it once it's illuminated, it just
So I just kind of see the illumination.
yeah, it just runs off.
Well, if it's prey, it's going to get eaten.
Yeah, it is
I kind of
nice and glowy and bright.
Right. I kind of giggle that off and go back to my rounds.
Yeah.
That's it.
And you wake up, Metzley. Okay.
I'm a Netley. I know why your mama called you Metzley.
It means the moon. I am a child of the moon.
And I, a child of the womb. Good evening. The fish swim around. You're probably not going to roll a perception for yourself.
No, he did.
No, you did.
I sleep with my mouth open, by the way.
I think you said that last time too. Because we talked about drooling quite a bit.
Now it doesn't matter. Like you're the moistest thing in that hammock. So
Once he gets in, right?
you
Your hair is just going to be all mad and where you've been laying against me.
You're gonna have just a patch of hair.
It's like covered in hair. I'm like, God damn it, we can't hang out.
eventually Metzley will like return to watch. Took an extra long watch, so it's almost morning.
Okay.
Clambers in. Perception.
Hey.
17.
Okay.
Dang, +6. Like, I really
There, again,
The
just
herring ability.
did you say anything to Metzley about that, or was it just an encounter?
I just figured for him,
So,
it's just the animal.
Like again, same thing. Like you hear all the normal animal sounds going on, but then you also hear some like
Hello?
bigger sounds.
Hello?
It stops.
Sorry, I don't mean to disturb. Are you? If you could, I can interpret that.
You hear like, what is that? Looks like food. It talks.
I'm not food. I promise. Who are you?
Run.
Good night. Oh, what are you doing up there?
Who?
You.
Who?
God. It's everybody. De-inspiration.
All right,
Take
so,
the inspiration. That's fine. You got me the first time. I was like, I didn't even realize there was somebody. Yeah, he got me.
Got him.
The first one was just enough where I was like, oh, how did you know there was somebody else there? You're like, who? I'm like, God damn it. I quit.
I mean, I'll spend my time talking with the owl.
Okay.
They're very fascinating. One time, an owl was telling me about this time he caught a mouse.
I'm asleep.
Right. You just talking to yourself.
Just talking to the
This is the morning conversation as Metzley breaks down the hammock, and you guys eat some rations. So mark off your rations.
I wake up, he's like halfway through the story. I'm like,
Yeah.
are you talking to me?
He's been talking to you for quite a while. So yeah, take off a ration.
That's all I have is one day. Oh no, I don't.
No, you have 10 days, right? Or 6. Can't remember how many is in a
10 days.
standard. It's 10 days, yeah.
We're also a bunch of survivalists.
Right.
Damn it! I got rid of all of them.
All of
Now
them,
I
you
have to
deleted
add-
everything?
yeah.
Oh, bandolier. Laying down. Scratchy. Alright. Yeah, get up, you prepare your...
I just got rid of all mine too.
Haha! Saved meals, or, get out your tack and rations. Eat. Talk about the owl that you spoke with for the last hour.
What the fuck is happening? It's in my backpack now.
Oh, you moved it? Oh, yes, because when you add items now, it wants to go into your backpack instead of on your stuff, which is fine. It should be in your backpack, but
I did ask about like what's been going on in the area.
like
Yeah.
area to the south are the still things, which is what kind of like you understand his interpretation of undead. They make everything still and wrong. Nothing moves anymore around them. So he talks about that. That's been happening. He talked about the fact that there's been a quite pesky group of ground squirrels, basically, that he just can't seem to get this one, and he thinks it's taunting him.
Do we get our long rest too? Sorry.
You do, yeah.
And I give it a pep talk. You'll get him one day. I'm sure it's nothing.
Who were you talking to?
No, this was a conversation.
Gotcha. We ate a ration for breakfast, gross. Well, I don't care. I'm used to that sort of shit. Alright, let's keep making our way towards... Well, I mean, have we lost the trail? Are we still on that trail that was back in front of us? Or did
Nope, that ended at the camp. Yep, so Metzley has taken the lead again and is tracking you out. So let's get some perceptions. I'm not going to worry about survival with you guys because everyone here has survival. So
Yeah.
and you have a native with you.
What am I doing? Hey, 16. Not too bad. No, I've rolled the shit out of those dice.
19.
Okay. You're heading through, and you're getting to an area where so for you, mainly, like, the animals start acting weirdish. They're like, oh, hey, like, once they learn that you can understand them, they're like, yeah, there's a pool here, but don't drink it. It's poison. It's a bad pool. Like, don't drink the water here. Like, there's not a good watering hole. It's not a good watering hole. And it seems to be quite a concern. Like, all these animals that are surviving here avoid this one watering hole.
That's not where we're trying to go, right?
Nope.
We're trying to go to... I mean, just...
You guys hit a little area on a ridgeline, and you can see that it kind of like slopes down, and you can see the watering hole they're talking about in a little basin. It's this big brackish pool.
Don't drink that.
Of like yellow water in this pretty big area. It's like 14 foot wide puddle, but you see like around it are things. Looks like metal, wood, leathers, and like trinkets and stuff, like stuff that's not just from animals that would have been like that died here, but it looks like there's gear, like stuff from people and other expeditions that may have come through here.
We should go check that out. Yeah, sure. That's it.
If you want.
Didn't you say that the animals are warning you away from it?
Let's don't drink.
Perhaps we should... Oh, but not to play with it. We can play with it all we want. Splash around.
This is clearly a natural. Maybe we can do something about it.
I can breathe in it.
Yeah. Your water is.
All right, let's go check it out.
Alright, so you kind of head down, find your way down the ridgeline and into this kind of little basin. You're walking up to it. It's very brownish yellow. Like, it looks like mud water to you. And like all around it, you can see weapons, like Western or coastal style weapons from people. You can see some of them, like gold pieces and silver pieces, are just kind of like laying in the ground around this puddle. Other pieces of gear and things, crowbar, buckles.
Have you seen anything like this, Leslie? Heard anything about a pond driving you crazy, or disintegrating you, or drowning you?
It's probably a living creature. Could be an ooze or a slime or something that attacks if you get too close to it.
Well, it's not good for the jungle.
Let's try to mud skipper a piranha into the mud. So I'll mage hand slappity slap.
Yeah, slappity slap. It's like slapping. You can't break the surface. The tension is too thick.
Well, it's unhealthy. We should do something.
All right.
Whoa. So you think it's a slime?
There are many in this jungle.
Is that where those trinkets came from?
What, the things around it?
Yeah.
And you're quite sure? This is the pond the animals were talking of.
Yes, quite sure.
And they're probably the remains of other people that have succumbed to this brackish pool.
Yeah.
But the bodies, you think
Food is
they've been eaten, or you don't think they've sunk in the what?
Our food is here.
Oh, food. You just order food.
During the break.
Thanks.
It's just Taco Bell.
It's just what?
It's just Taco Bell.
Oh, just food. Darn.
It's just food.
It's just food.
Sub-inspiration of the owl? Sweet.
I didn't do any of my work this weekend. It was
What did you
nice
say?
It was nice at the time, and now I'm like, it just needs more work tomorrow. That's all right. I already have the momentum from the day to keep that work going. It's Saturday and Sunday, especially Sunday. I'm like, I can't do anything.
Saturday for me is just get up late, don't do anything. Just
Saturday we do housework, and then we do anything fun that we're going to do for the week, whatever. And then Sunday is like when I work, because she's got stuff going on.
the sauces. Yeah. Like a taco and burrito.
Taco y burrito.
Taco y burrito.
Regular old bean burrito?
It's a 5-layer. I don't know what's in it. It may have sour cream. I made sure not to get like the supreme tacos or anything like that.
Like the Dorito.
Yeah, the
Sour
Doritos.
cream's not as bad as. It'll be funny.
I don't know exactly what's in the 5-layer.
There's a bunch of sour cream in there, though. That was a lot of sour cream.
Well, if these are always here, then I guess we don't need to do anything about it. This thing's...
And they aren't exactly natural, but they aren't exactly an uncommon part of the jungle. Though it looks like there's a lot of treasure in there.
You mean beneath the surface of this thing, this lake, this pond, or whatever.
If that interests you, there could be something useful down there.
And how do you suggest we go about getting it? Killing whatever lives here? Some sort of slime just breaking the surface, trying to get its attention?
And I have to be truthful, I've never fought a slime. I don't know how it worked, but it'd make a great story.
I'm not able to break this surface safely. Perhaps an arrow. I'll switch over to my bow. I'll try shooting a bow through the surface of the pond.
How close are you?
However close we were when we started. So, I mean, I
100
don't know, they're talking about slimes and stuff, so I'm sure I'm 10, 15, 30 feet away or whatever.
Oh, like, okay.
How close are we?
No, you tell me.
I don't know how close do you want to get? We're doing this on a hunch from your animal buddies.
I'm just curious.
How close do you want to get is what the question is.
To get a good view.
Right. I'm gonna go within 30 feet because that'll be one whole turn worth of movement away, but I can shoot pretty easily with my bow.
All right.
I've never had a Dorito taco before. This is delicious.
Yeah, they're amazing. They're all mouths in there if you don't want spicy.
No,
All right.
hot was good. Hot was good.
Roll.
If you're gonna eat a burrito, I'm gonna take that. Cool.
Yeah.
Roll a hit.
Oh,
You miss.
15.
That hits.
Break the surface tension.
Yeah. Yeah, you sink a arrow into this puddle. It doesn't seem to like that. And the puddle sloshes up and out of its hole 10 feet towards you.
What'd you do?
Just saw the food vacuum head right for the tractor. Do I roll some puddle damage?
No,
No?
it just moved 10 feet and like you're 30 feet away.
No, do I roll puddle damage?
Oh, no.
No. Well, it seems your hunch is correct. Some sort of slime has emerged from this vile pit.
I was just told don't drink it.
Initiative.
Woo! Having a slow day. Every time I get to talk about hot sauce packet, I always look at these little things that are written on the front. I'm like, why do they write these on there? Like, who are these for? Like I say, as I've read every single
As you
one.
read every single one, yeah.
10.
And what'd you get?
6. 6.
Metsu's like, that whole thing is moving. That's huge. And that's like, he's standing there with his Macawaddle, like, not really knowing how to fight this thing.
Perhaps we can shore it up somehow. Freeze it or something.
That was on 12. 10.
Ice knife.
Ice knife.
It's weird having to deal with spells. Not used to it. Ugh.
Huh.
11.
Hits. It's a big ass puddle.
One.
1.
Yep.
Alright.
Plus.
I wonder if anybody's ever gone back to the store and been like, I'd like to return these dice because they're bad luck.
Yeah.
I'm sure that shit happens a lot.
And then 8 explosion. If it fails, it's dexterity.
Yes. Yes, it does. There's no way to not fail. It's just taking up too much space and not that fast. That was 10. 6.
What the fuck do you do about this?
Good question.
Yeah. I'm thinking. Perhaps we can chase it away or something. I'll wave a torch at it. Can I mage hand the torch over towards it with a fish instead?
So you light a torch.
It's some of the cutest piranha I have. Looks just like all the other ones.
That's not your cutest.
You have a favorite one.
As it gets close, the piranha gets close with the torch, you see that the puddle does retract in the area that the torch is coming, and then just like the stream, kind of like almost like a pseudopod stream of this puddle, like reaches out and tries to smack at the fish and torch, and just like pow, slaps the torch down on the ground, and then just kind of like avoids it.
Did not like that, did it?
There's the torch. Well, it seems it has an adverse reaction to fire. Since my arrows and your ice haven't done much, perhaps we can burn it out of its little house.
All right, back to the
I'm
top.
assuming we have time to talk since this is
Yeah,
just a
this
big
thing
puzzle
is-
kind of moving a little around.
Oh, and it moved 10 feet closer to you.
Yeah. So we take 3 steps back. Very good.
10 feet.
You
3 steps.
yeah, it's Metzley's turn. What do you want me to do?
I don't know, perhaps we should withdraw from this little fight and regather ourselves. Can we escape this fight?
Yeah, the thing seems to only be able to move 10 feet at a time, and yeah, it's gonna run back up the ridge.
We'll go up to the ridge then. So perhaps my suggestion is burning a piece of the.
10 feet. 10 feet.
We should keep walking.
He has to
We walk in a
just
circle around it, making it. You know, I don't mind leaving it here, but Nestle has a good point. There's quite a bit of gear and weapons and equipment that's possibly in its gullet already.
Well, have you seen? And he points down, since you guys are walking around the base, and this thing is just slithering through the jungle behind you. But it's left its ditch, its puddle where it is in, like the thing in the ground, and it is just filled with stuff. You see gold pieces and armor and
I could buy us lots of
equipment.
Perhaps a distraction of some kind that keeps this thing chasing.
noodles. I can distract it.
I can send the fish off, possibly. If you could sneak us away again. So if you do sight unseen, sneak us away, but I'll leave the fish visible.
Well, I mean, I can lead it around if you guys want to go get the stuff.
I don't want to leave you by yourself, wandering out of the jungle dressed like a rabbit.
Why?
I'm sorry, she said dressed like a sandwich.
Why?
Because sandwiches are edible.
You're edible. I think you're
This
edible.
thing will eat any of us. This thing will eat any of us.
Let's try Oleg's plan. Perhaps you can lead it off. We'll just kind of sneak off on our own there, Metzli. So we have to try to sneak then?
Yep, try to snuff. Oof. There we go.
I'll throw stuff
20.
at it. I'll throw stuff at it.
All right, so I'm going to need... What'd you get?
19.
Okay. I'm going to need a performance, like survival. I don't even really care what the roll is. Just roll something.
Do deception.
Just anything that you're doing to keep its attention.
History. Regale it with the history of the hair gun.
I guess survival's fine.
That's fine.
I mean, it is just a slime, right?
Yeah.
It's just
It's
fun
got
to-
a -2 to its wisdom and a -4 to its intelligence. Just to let you know.
Oh, no,
So
it's fun. I'm just saying, I'm really excited by these dice because we are rolling decently, but the chances that we're going to do poorly are really high.
I'm sure if you added up all the dice we've rolled, they all average out to the exact
This
same.
seems pretty heavily back and forth. This game, but who knows?
I think he was just hoping I'd roll a 1. Well, Sean was dead.
Something.
Well, not really, but...
All right. So you two sneak off. It doesn't notice you disappearing at all, or it doesn't seem to notice. It's content with trying to slither its way and follow you for at least a little while.
And I'm warning the animals as it comes near. That's just all I'm doing. I'm just yelling, "Watch out, here comes a weird slimy thing. Make way."
You're singing like the Prince Ali song. Hey, you let him through. It's a big yellow slime.
I haven't heard that one. You'll have to sing it to me later.
I'm nowhere near you. I'm sneaking off there.
So you go down there and start to loot. You've got, call it like 4 or 5 turns. Like, let's say a whole round or whatever, a whole like minute to get down there before it just gets. Before it understands it can't catch you and slithers back to its pool. You can grab... You and Metzley grab about like 80 gold worth of coins and treasure, jewelry and gems and things like that. There are 2 potions of healing. Their glass bottles are nice and clean.
Make sure there's no ooze in there.
Seals look good. Don't want to let a health potion breathe too much. Sour faster than you think it will. So there's the Christopher Walker name. Sour.
Sour.
Little sour faster than you think it will.
Faster. You think it would.
Taste the vinegar right before your eyes. It's a tragic, sorrowful thing to have happen. Better stop or it's going to get stuck.
And then you're just going to be...
Cobble's just going to be Christopher Walken.
Is he a planeswalker? Planeswalking?
Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken is the planeswalker.
He's probably in every plane.
So you're probably going to be the best recipient for the other potion of healing, so just add it to your inventory. Potion of climbing. Add to equipment, not to that. I do like this sounds you got going on in the background. It's like a normal jungle, but there's 1 or 2 really loud animals that every so often just scream out.
It's called Dinotopia.
Yeah. Oh, so they are literally dinosaurs making this sense.
That one's looking for me.
Better run than Hammock. I'm a bit too tall to mount. What's this fornicating?
No, next time I run across another animal, I'm like, hey, that one's looking for something. He looks very virile.
You're playing matchmaker. You run through the forest. Jungle.
Oh, that one just died.
What just died?
The
the thing in the...
Mm-hmm. Isn't nature beautiful? Fucking dying. Fucking then dying.
Oftentimes, species have gone extinct due to a proliferation of fornication to the detriment of their own kind.
There is something that you see in there that does catch your eye, and it's a staff. It's a staff. The staff seems to be made of a very pale white wood, and at the end of it, the head of it is carved, or probably had a very large knot or kind of trunk thing at the end. but it's all been carved into feathers. So what used to probably be a crazy knotwork of root that came from this piece of wood, all of it is feathers, and like all in a weird
Alright,
gnarled root.
I'll snag that for our little Paragon buddy to take a look at.
It's coming back.
Say that's
You see it
slowly coming back.
It's sliding back down into the basin and to come back to its hole. Oh, gotta go.
Yeah. I'm picturing like a sentient flan, where like its back probably is a little darker and has some misshape from sitting on the surface, even though it's oozing around. It has this kind of crust on the top.
Is
I was thinking of a slime mold.
an ochre jelly.
Ochre jelly.
Ochre.
Did you just up the size, or are ochre jellies that size?
They are that big, yeah. They are large. To start.
When I was doing the ABC circus was when I found oozes. I didn't realize that there was like 9 oozes. So I was like, oh, ooze. Oh, this one dissolves your fucking weapon. So
Each one eats a different thing, you
That
know.
one, the only reason I put it in there is because it was a one shot, and I was like, fuck yeah. And then Dayton fell right into the pit, right on top of that ooze. I didn't dissolve his weapon, but I was like, oh, I almost got you. That was perfect.
So yeah, you guys can easily outrun this thing. It's
Right, so we make our way away. Olin, I found this interesting white wooden staff that seems to have been carved intricately into some sort of ornate plumage. Perhaps you can identify it, or maybe put it to some good use, or find some good use for it that could be applied elsewhere.
It's very beautiful.
Hmm?
So it's very beautiful.
You should keep it. You did all the work distracting that slime for us.
Indeed.
Okay.
You guys want to just leave this area? Leave the slime alone?
I mean, did we want to take care of it? I mean, it's not really a bad thing. It's part of the jungle.
I don't know. He
you know
knows
what?
best. I was just thinking that maybe it wasn't so healthy for the forest.
Let's
That's all.
instead, let's erect some little warning cairns.
You know Druidic.
Yeah,
You can leave warning signs.
Yeah, let's put up some little stones and things.
good idea.
All right.
That's
Inspirations.
Something we could do for travelers in the future.
Yep. So you erect little warning posts all around this thing. Write some Druidic warning symbols, and you can write however you want. Paint them on the rocks. That danger here. Metzley keeps an eye out on the slime to make sure it doesn't try to come after you again.
I find this a perfect solution, as the slime will continue to feed on unsuspecting animals, prey animals, but it won't lure in unsuspecting larger things, such as wandering fools or humans, that sort of thing. Anything that can read your interesting writing. Here, do I read? I can't read Druidic.
You don't read Druidic, but the Druidic symbol that he's using is very apparent and posted on something that is shown, and it's a pretty obvious symbol of danger, type of thing.
Red skull.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a person. There's a water line, and the person's like a stick figure coming out of it, like screaming, like drowning, like a drowning symbol. Like
I can't tell what this is.
We've had this conversation before. Nuclear semiotics.
Oh, the forever signs that get left over
forever
how
to
rebuild
warn
society.
people about nuclear waste.
I think that's really interesting. Oh, you look at the sign that he's put up, and all it is, I'm like, is this a wolf and some rocks? You're like, the Haragon are really afraid of wolves and cave-ins. That's what your warning symbols are.
Everything's a rabbit, so people, when they come up to it, rabbits die here. We're good.
Rabbits are not allowed in a lot of places in this jungle.
So that does take some time because it's a pretty wide perimeter. You have to set up these obvious areas that people will walk in and see. So it takes a better part of the day. It's a delay, but it's worth it if you think you can save some lives. And you continue on your way through the jungle. You spend the rest of the day putting some distance between you and this slime pool.
I swear that the Witchlight Carnival has like changed our play style completely. Where we're like, maybe there's a way to not hit it with stuff.
And you can travel on for the rest of the day pretty unaccosted. Do make me some perception checks though.
24.
14.
Okay. You just occasionally hear like a large movement through the trees, kind of like the previous night. Like there's something larger out there than the normal animals every once in a while, and it's just off far enough that you're like, okay, yeah, it's just that out there. But you are sitting there walking along and he goes, is it still there? Yeah. It really looks like food. Uh-huh.
I'm not food.
It hurt us again. How? We're so quiet. We're so good at this. We're clever girls. Run!
There's something out there. Do you hear something out there, Ergo?
Yeah, just
Ergo.
Oh, just some curious animals. It's nothing.
So you guys sit for the night, and
I will, once we're settled,
mhm.
I am going to take a closer look at this staff.
All right.
Ritual detect magic.
It is magical. It has evocation magic in it, and some type of enchantment. It swirls with energy around it that seems like it produces some type of quick effect, but can also strengthen other effects. You don't have identify, so I can't tell you much more than that.
Yeah.
But you can attune to an item without knowing what it does.
Evocation with a C, right?
Yeah. Huh? Evocation, evocation, evocative.
Alright. How long does it take to attune?
A short rest, but I think it's an hour.
No. Yeah, I'm curious.
As everyone gets the night.
Stay on and try it out.
Yeah, just tune it
I'm
up.
very curious by nature.
Mhm.
Well, so am I. I'm excited to watch you cast with it.
So, here's a good question for you all, because kind of how they've become much more lenient with magic items in newer editions. And if you attune, they're doing like you're tuning yourself to it, so it kind of is supposed to tell you what it does. And again, so you can like put it on your character sheet and do all that kind of stuff. Except for if it's cursed, that can come out later. But do you want that? Do you want me to just tell you what it is now because you're attuned to it, or do you just want to have to discover it?
I kind of want to discover it.
Okay.
I was going to say, that's kind of, we've played like that in the past, so let's just keep that rolling.
Good.
Because it is neat to think of the staff kind of being like, oh, I bet I can make stuff faster. I don't know, it's too movie.
When you attune yourself to it, there's this shimmer that you can see, and it's up in that root. It's almost like this little seed of light that only now you can see because you've attuned to it, nestled in all those feathers.
Don't rabbits eat nuts? Perhaps try the taste of it.
That's a tree.
Ah!
Just casting at a tree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing.
Perhaps one of the piranha.
I want to hurt them. How about you?
Piranha kind of shield me.
Try druidcraft on it? Maybe try and brighten the...
And like no one else can see it.
I know. But...
So you try to brighten it, you try to grow stuff on it, You do notice that as you're holding it and you're casting Druidcraft, the effects again, like what's the weather like? Little storm cloud appears, whatever it is. For whatever reason, like holding it, it feels like that little effect is just a little bit more defined.
When you hold the seed?
No. Just as he's holding the staff and you're casting Druidcraft, it's like you're trying to cast on the staff, but you're just also using Druidcraft. The Druidcraft seems to be a little bit stronger. A little bit more, again, like definite and solid in this world.
Shillelagh.
Known as Shillelagh the staff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It just tightens up and looks even stronger than before.
What are you chanting over there, my briar-ended friend?
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out what this does. Do you know what it does? No?
Is Shillelagh, does it say that is a spell attack roll?
I don't know what you mean.
So read it.
Can you cast Shillelagh on the staff?
Yeah, he just did.
What of a club or a quarterstaff you are holding is imbued with nature's power.
Uh-huh.
For the duration, you can use spellcasting ability instead of strength for your attack and damage rolls of melee attacks using that weapon.
Okay.
The weapon's damage die becomes a d8. Oh, so I don't even need to do two-hand to get the d8.
No.
The weapon also becomes magical if it isn't already. The spell ends if you cast it again or if you let the weapon go with the weapon.
So the key difference there is it said you use your spellcasting attribute instead of strength, instead of you make a melee spell attack, which is a very subtle but different wording. So means nothing right now. You shillelagh it feels shillelagh'd.
There's a nice shellac on it.
A shellacked shillelagh.
Shellacked shillelagh. Band name.
I'm gonna
Or fake product, shillelagh shellac.
go to bed for the night. I am going to test out a ice knife. Trying to focus it through this.
Like you take the drop of water, or even like dip it in the water and like throw it up.
Yeah, give you 10 gallons of water.
And send it out. Like roll to hit a tree. Or whatever you're throwing it at. I don't know if you attack a tree.
I don't wanna hurt
Maybe
the
a
tree.
stone, a boulder,
Yeah,
a rock. Okay.
I still think you should be shooting it for
Genasi.
ramen.
Dirty 20.
21. Roll damage.
Since your ice knife's gotten a bit sharper. As indicated
One.
by that very precise damage.
2.
Razor thin, that ice knife.
Oh, and spell attack rolls. Yeah. So, 1 and 8. So yeah. 1 and 8. But
Was it more damage?
again, like when you cast through it or with it, the spell seemed more solid, direct, and real in this world, and flew straighter and more solidly.
It's making you smarter.
Wiser. He's a druid.
Damn it. That's what I meant.
Right.
I do feel 10 years older.
Primordial, we say smarter. We need one.
Who is first watch? You again?
I'll take first watch.
Perception.
10. It's right in the middle. You're
Okay.
right.
It's a pretty uneventful night for you.
Sweet. Mostly I'm reading maps and journals that I've found along the way, not even looking out on the jungle.
When you are woken up, Metzley is there, and he has his Macwaddle out. And he's like looking around.
To the wrong?
Something's out there.
Where?
At least 6 of them. They have us surrounded.
I've just gotten to bed.
No. Like, this is morning shift. So this is hours later. He's like, no, like, they haven't come in to attack us yet, but they're moving around and
I'm assuming that wouldn't break screaming or something.
yeah, they're moving around us. They have been for
Just go back to sleep.
yeah, they have been for a while. I've been watching them. I don't know if it's just prey animals that are testing us or not.
We have been being tailed by a few things. They keep thinking I'm food.
Maybe it's
I can go talk to them.
You want me to come with you?
If they think I'm food, yeah, that might be wise.
All right. Oh, he taps you awake.
Yeah.
I thought you said I could go back to sleep.
He wants to go talk to these beasts that are around us.
What should I do? Should I stand here and distract?
You have a ranged weapon, and there's many of them, and they surround us.
Alright.
So watch our backs. And he just stands right over top of you.
I'm kind of doing the fucking clown foot.
Yeah. There it is. Want to do it? Let's do it.
Hey,
We can get the food.
Hey. Hello? I know you're there.
He knows we're here again. Want to run? Run. We should run.
Don't run. Just come say hi.
Persuasion.
That's not really good. +2? Jesus. 10.
Yeah.
Oh, come on!
No good bowling scares off.
They run away, but
girls?
they are clever girls.
Scared off our dinner.
Well, I guess they're gone. Is it my turn to watch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Be careful. If they think you're food, they may try again.
I know. I'm often seen as food, if you believe it or not.
Yep.
It's a fascinating world, this, huh?
It is. Well, it's just my home.
No, I mean like the greater context. Like I'm from the Feywild, and this world is very fascinating to me. It's so solid.
It is very solid. It hurts sometimes.
I've noticed.
Well, off to bed. I'll set the fish to swim around you like you're standing in 1.5 feet of water. Just pond around you.
He climbs
How old are
in.
you?
And who? You talking to Metzley?
Oh, did you write a description?
He did, but he's like, we don't like celebrate age in our younger years until our first hunt. But I have been 6 years since my first hunt. Everything before that was my child times, my cub times, or not cub, kit, my kit times.
Lions can have cubs. They have cub times.
Yeah. I don't know if jaguars have cubs or
Jaguar
kits.
cubs. Yeah.
So
I wouldn't call cub. They can't.
So yeah, he says that. He gets in the hammock and he slams his muckwaddle into the tree, like, so it's right there, so he can grab it.
I find a man to talk to.
Okay. Food. Gotta find food. Gotta find food. Gotta
Hey.
find food. Hey. Gotta find food. Gotta find food.
Oh.
Gotta find food. Gotta find food. Is there food over here? Food over there? What's going
I'll
on?
give him a little bit of food.
Ah! Okay. He puts it down, marks it. Gotta tell everyone where the food is. Gotta tell where the food is. So he turns around and walks back.
By the time you guys wake up, I've used 2 days worth of rations.
And then,
There's like a really thick line of ants going into a
well, yeah,
backpack.
20 minutes later, he found the food, follow the trail, he found the food. All right, and there's like 20 ants that come over and pick up the piece of food you have. Like, all right, we got it. Search for more food. Is there more food? Is this it? Okay, we got it. Bring the food back.
And the pack has right on the outside stitched cobble. There's just a bunch of ants in there.
So you're sitting there. You've been playing with ants for a bit. When make me an insight check.
Are the ants gonna take me away? Oh, I actually have pretty good insight.
You have a good wisdom.
21.
All right. Oh, my leg! I can't move. I'm in such peril. I am just a helpless creature. I am so vulnerable right now.
Pop up.
There is something squealing and squawking like, but it's basically like imitating how much in pain and scared and vulnerable it is.
I hop up, push on the hammock.
Oh god!
Yeah, we gotta go. There's something that needs help. Let's go.
With the 21, you can definitely hear the tone of it. Just like I said,
It's a joke.
it is definitely someone trying to pretend to be in danger.
Tell me that before I.
We just were to go.
Sorry.
Don't wake up. That's fine.
Yeah, 21. Like, because if I wasn't, then I would have said it more realistically. Like, there's an animal in distress. But your 21 is, oh my god, I am so vulnerable. Please come and investigate and eat me if you can.
Nice try. Hey, where's the fucking scavenger? Hey, centipede.
Huh?
There's fresh meat over there.
Starts going over there. Oh, so dangerous. Is it time? Shh. Keep going. Louder. Perception with disadvantage because you're asleep.
Dare I roll lower? Alright. 12.
Okay. You do wake up because you hear this. And you see him just like kind of standing over, looking where that sound is coming from.
I bring the fish back, but we kind of look at you like, what is that?
No, he's just playing. Go back to sleep.
I cannot go back to sleep.
Yeah, this thing is just.
I think I can.
Alright, so I'll send a couple of fish. Oh, it ran away from the centipede.
Yep. Like,
Comes and stings it.
centipede! Get away from that thing. Did it hear us? I think it heard us.
We heard you.
Run!
How fun is it to be? Alright, well, if you're going to be awake, I'll get back to sleep.
Yeah, I'm awake now. So.
Alright, well,
Hop in the hammock.
you do not get
Yeah.
your long rest.
That's fun.
Everyone else does, though. Unless you want to
No, it's fine.
set out later. You know, it's not that you have to go to sleep. It's just that you just need a couple more hours of rest.
I haven't expended anything. I'm not hurt, so we can take the damage. It was just fun to roll it.
I don't believe what they say.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, if we're doing the rations and stuff, why not roll some of that stuff sometimes like that?
And yep, another ration off the list as you set up for breakfast. Another day tracking through the jungle. This day goes by pretty uneventfully, mainly because there is, like, you kind of hit an more open area. Like, the jungle starts skirting around kind of a marshy grassland, and there is a group of Stegosaurus, an entire, like, pod of Stegosaurus out there, which seem to, like, keep everything pretty calm out here, as, yes, they're not predator animals, but they are very large, not prey to a bunch of things.
No, no, that we're not.
Yep.
Hunting.
And you can have a conversation with them, and they'll say, like,
I'm loving it. I'm realizing I might be writing a dissertation on Chult here pretty soon.
yeah, we go to the river every couple days, get ourselves a drink, come back here. There's lots of this foliage to eat. These big, flat, leafy things are good. But then there's some ones that have, like, little curly tendrils. You don't eat those. Those are spicy. Well, thanks for coming by.
Well, hopefully we'll see you on our way back.
And don't get eaten out there.
You too.
What did he say? That's
You know, prey animals. Especially the big violent ones.
Just the big violent ones. Mostly plant discussion.
Yeah, pretty much. The fact that they, like, go and get a drink every couple days.
Well, anything that's that size and it's an herbivore, that would be the only thing that we want to talk about. It's like, what do you think about plants? Like, all the time, always. I'm always fucking hungry.
I have to eat so much.
Yeah.
All right. But you know you're getting pretty close to the river, like to the falls. So it is a pretty short jaunt, another day of travel, another ration off your list. The predators that have been following you do not follow you when you go through the Stegosaurus area.
So where they're picking now. I mean, it's pretty harmless, really.
Did you ever get a look at what it was?
No.
Make a nature check.
Have you ever been outside? I hear it's very nice.
What'd you get?
11.
You think... I mean, it's a pack-hunting animal of some type that is
Very skittish.
large. Like, not D&D large size, but not, you know, bigger than a jaguar or lynx or, things like those.
I have an idea of what it is because of something you said.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got clever girls.
Pretty fair giveaway
it's an
of what it
actual
is.
size raptor. A real size velociraptor.
I mean, they're just doing their natural thing. It's fine. They're off our trail for now.
And they weren't on my trail. Or Metzler's at any time during our travels.
We're all on the same trail.
I hate this rat.
You guys,
he's
after
the
another
perfect
day.
battle of wits.
After another day of travel, you join the river, and all it is a quick jaunt up the river, which is further south and into Chult, but following the river, pretty quick jaunt, half a day before you reach the Oracle's Vale. And the Oracle's Vale is a very large pool underneath a just beautiful roaring waterfall that is split right into a massive, like almost horn-like rock is coming out of the top and middle of this, so splitting the river above into two waterfalls coming down and pouring into this pool, churning it up. This lagoon-like area is just beautiful as the waters rise before it finally tips over and continues on down its path down the river. You can see definite signs of civilization that used to be here. The archaeologist, like here, like you can see where huts were, and like mud brick foundations. You can see the remnants of logs and things that were cut and formed into these buildings and structures. You can actually see grooves and markings in the trees where they had ropes and vines and things tied into them, but now they have expanded and grown past it, and the civilization that once lived at the base of this fall is gone. The people are gone.
Oh, it's wonderful. Look at it.
Seems nature has come back for her own territory.
And underneath that great horn of a rock are 4 great murals.
So we can see the totems from where
You can see the totems. They're massive. The top one, and Metzli will tell you exactly who they are now that he's looking and seeing them. The top one is the hummingbird. Is an aspect of productivity and aggression. So it's like fighting for resources and not glory, but also productivity and energy. The next down is a tortoise. Mainly its head, but it is all about patience and defending what is dear to you and protecting yourself and your way of life. The third down is the jaguar, who Metzli speaks a little bit reverently of. This is not the night jaguar; it has the spots. But he talks about that it's a great hunter, a great warrior, and a braggart. It's all about showing yourself off and being glory itself. Being proud and exemplary in physical action. And the last is the serpent, which is wise and patient and about it is about reactionary deadliness. It is about being deadly but not using deadliness.
Reactionaries.
It's about not having to fight. The ability to take life but not doing it wantonly.
Fascinating. So what did you say? What happened here? What do you think happened here?
Well, like I said, there used to be a commune down here, the Speaker, and the tribes would send their chieftains. Their chieftains would come with tribute that they would bring and give to the people of the Oracle here. And then the Speaker would go underneath the totem, tell the totem what the chieftain or whoever is coming that brought tribute, what their plans are for their next actions, their lives, what they're seeking knowledge for, and the Oracle would tell them, would bestow the information onto the Speaker.
Where'd they go?
We don't know. Like, no one knows. The history that I know is that he names a chieftain. He's like, this chieftain came here, and everyone was dead. They left the tribute and stayed for a day to see if this Oracle would speak to them, and then they left because it felt too oppressive. The bodies were still fresh and on the ground. They tried to bury them, but they felt that things were not right here, that these people were killed unceremoniously. It wasn't fair what happened to them. They didn't die righteously. So the land, as unsettled as it is, they left, and no one came back here for quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
This is a story that was told to be from someone who heard it from someone else. So,
Oh, wow.
I also speak Metz's language. You're talking to Metsu, right?
Mm-hmm. Who are you talking to?
Nobody. You turned around to reiterate to me, like, yeah, I heard it.
And apparently this is where this explorer, Del Glorio, found that golden scale.
Yes, he said it was...
What does the map say anything? Are we...
Looking at it from the journey from Belarian, Fort Belarian all the way to here, seems pretty accurate to that map.
Well, I mean, he already said that it was leading us towards the Oracle's Veil anyway, so...
What about the journal?
The journal talked about the scale being found in the water. It's one of the only things it talks about. That everything else here was pretty much... Like, there was nothing else of value here, except for one of their members of his team thought he saw something shining at the bottom of the lake, and so he disrobed, jumped in, swam to the bottom of the pond here, the lake, the basin, and found this scale.
Let's make our way up there. Inquire about our own missions with this totem. Perhaps the spirits will speak with us. Or perhaps at the very least I can see the Ziggurat from my dreams atop the falls.
So you want to try to go up top?
I want to get in front of the...
If you want to get in front, that's
the
going to...
totem.
There is a little, like, patch.
The totem is inside the waterfall, or is it up on top?
The totem, so it's like a 60-foot tall waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's two waterfalls coming down, split by this rock. And those four murals
they're in the
are
middle.
carved right down the middle. Down where the two split underneath that rock.
I missed that part, sorry. Alright. Yeah, let's go before it then. I mean, where do you leave the offerings and tributes for it?
Good question. You want to start investigating?
Yeah, let's do that. So we
Alright.
can find a spot that seems like that.
Do some investigations.
I'll also ask any animals around if they
Okay.
know anything.
Can I take the 12 or whatever?
Could you take what? Take 10? I don't know if you can do that as a thing.
Oh,
30-20.
18.
Okay. So, as you're coming up, again, like, this is a huge, water, lake where this waterfall is going into. Along the shores, you can see where civilization was, where people lived here and made their huts and had their stuff going on. And even up in the trees, they used to have buildings. They used to have their spots to live, like platforms and huts up there, but those have all been broken down and reclaimed by the trees themselves.
The Ziggurats
Now-
still live below the earth like their cousins.
But on the right side, if you're facing the oracle, the totem, on the right side, behind the fall, there is a pathway. And you can walk between the rock and the fall and get out to a little bit of open area in front of the totem. So, like, that's where Metzley was talking about. Like, the speaker would go stand right in front of the totem and talk to it. But when you're doing that, when you're walking up through there, you notice that there is an alcove on the right side. And that in that alcove, there's a pretty, like, most of it is kind of rough. Just the rock walls, maybe some of it's been chipped away, but not, like, worked stone. But right against where the totem was carved, the totem itself, over here, it is a flat wall. Because, like, they worked the mural and all that stuff. And this flat wall goes back and has, another wall back there at the back. And in the corner there are two blocks that are set into the corner. So you're only seeing half the blocks coming out. Like, it's a D6, but you're only seeing that much protruding from the corner, right? Half and half face. Mm-hmm. And on these two faces, two blocks, one on top of each other.
Right.
You can see here is the hummingbird, half of the hummingbird that's coming out, and half of the tortoise. And here is half of the jaguar and half of the serpent. And so now, like, the totem is here, like, goes up the falls. These two blocks are set down in here. When you go to the other side, same thing. Two more blocks, half stuck into the corner. Hummingbird, tortoise, jaguar, serpent. And again, like, it seems like this block is set in there. And you could only see half the faces of these two things.
So the thing that's obscuring the other half, is that just rock?
It's just rock, yeah. Like, you
Does
know,
it look like it was...
it's like this, and the block is, you know, it's just set into the block.
Does it look like those blocks were carved out of the stone?
Looks the same stone, yeah.
Can we reach them? Like, can I touch
Yeah,
them?
they're right on the ground with you. Like, they are literally your height. Like, so the top of the two blocks, they're staying on top of each other. You know, half and half. This is the top one, so you can touch it, and you can touch the bottom one.
Do they look like they're? I mean, are they a piece of the same stone? They're just carved out, or are these two separate pieces? Of stone
There is
pushed
a
against?
separate. There is a separate line. There is a seam. Do you want to try to physically manipulate these things?
After I don't know how to check for traps, so yeah, I'll just move them around.
I mean, you can just check for traps. You can
I'll
roll
look
it.
around it. I just
Why
want to make
not?
sure there's nothing like attached to it or anything. It just seems too straightforward. Hey, I don't have any proficiency or anything like that. What would that be?
Perception.
Oh, perception.
Yep.
Okay, 21.
All right. You don't know what the mechanism, like, if there's a mechanism attached to this or not. But looking around you, looking at the bottom, looking at all this stuff, you don't seem to feel that this has something attached to it, like a trigger system or something that's going to be detrimental to you. What you do notice, though, is at the bottom, you can see kind of wear lines where the bottom block has been manipulated and moved before against the stone ground. So it looks like this is something that has been used in the past or manipulated in the past regularly.
I will attempt to move the blocks along the drags.
All right. You're going to do the bottom one first. So easily enough, you can, when you push against this, it fairly easily moves. And the way it moves is it's trying to slide and set. So as you push this way, this face goes down, like, into the wall, and this face gets exposed. And you feel that if you pushed it all the way, then it would completely set with one face facing out.
I'll do that.
Which face? If you're pushing the bottom one, it has the jaguar and the serpent.
So when I'm done, because it's going to be half of a face, right? When it comes up,
It's going to be a full face
So if I
when
do
you
this on
push it.
both sides, what I'm going to end up with is 2 on top and 2 on bottom.
Okay, so each side is its own thing.
Okay.
Right. So
On
let's
this
say
side.
you're starting on the right side top. If you push it, you'll expose one or the other
Gotcha.
completely facing out.
Have you played Skyrim?
I have.
So you can choose on either side to have either the hummingbird or the tortoise on the top and the serpent or the jaguar on the bottom. Again, one either side. The same. It could be the same on both sides, whatever.
Well, now that I know how to do that, I'll skin you that information so we can look around. Is there any kind of clue, or investigation looking for anything? Did I find anything in the journals about this?
Nope.
No, dang it.
No mention of anything like this at all.
Chaps, it seems we've made it farther than the previous two expeditions.
All right.
Metzley, have you seen anything like this or heard anything of this?
Yeah, it's going to be some type of puzzle lock or thing. Like
That's what I was thinking.
Most of the Ziggurats and temples and towers that are going to be built here have some type of test to see if you're worthy enough to get in.
Did you say that this is the top of a ziggurat here?
No.
I just got excited when you said ziggurat.
Well,
Okay,
so we know that the hummingbird, tortoise, jaguar, serpent.
And again,
But
I want you
these
to
are
picture.
two side by side.
So I want you to picture these like these are very Mesoamerican, like
What
cut.
I'm trying to get is when I push it, all I'm doing is spinning that like that so that
Yep.
the face faces
So the face
out.
is facing
That's
out.
it.
That's it.
That's all I'm doing. Or I push it this way and that one opens.
And the other face is
Okay.
facing out.
And
So-
I'm looking at the back of basically a tube. There's two here and two here.
Yeah. So if you're staring at the oracle on either side back here, hummingbird,
Yeah.
tortoise, hummingbird, tortoise, and it's hummingbird, tortoise, jaguar. This.
Well,
So-
we were
And
supposed to leave some sort of tribute for the totem. Are we supposed to do that after we solve its mysteries or before? Let's see.
I doubt this was for people to leave tributes. This is probably for the way that the speaker did something. Maybe this is how the speakers talked to the oracle, or who knows.
Perhaps this is the way that the speakers manipulated the oracle to say what they wanted.
But these again, like Mesoamerican, like murals, like the line work and all that stuff, and this representation of these animals in each of these slots.
I'm just afraid to put it in the wrong order and have it set. So, protection.
Investigation.
So this is forceful, reactionary.
Well, I'd say put them in order that we see them up top. But you got something?
Yep.
Spit it out, man.
So on both of them, although Metzley has given us several aspects for both of these, all four of these totems, they share a commonality. The hummingbird and the jaguar are both prideful, aggressive dragons. Perhaps we should put both of them on one side, and then the tortoise and the serpent, protective and reactionary. Perhaps them on the other.
Side.
But which side? But which side? So, hint
Nope.
number one.
No.
No? Okay.
Oh, we didn't do our investigations for the
You didn't do your investigation, but if you just
Let's see if we can figure it out.
there's more
Let's not
questions.
investigate.
Yeah,
No, I mean,
there's more questions to be asked about what you're seeing. So that's hint number one is there's information that you need to suss out that you can ask me for.
Yeah,
You just haven't thought to ask it yet.
that's fine. Let's do the investigation real quick. At a 17.
The murals are in 2 dimensions. They are all profiles.
which way they're facing?
The hummingbird is facing left. The tortoise is facing right. The jaguar is facing left. And the serpent is facing right.
And I was right about that too.
Put them all
So,
facing
yeah.
towards the center. Right?
On the main
I
column.
would make them when they're both facing right. So the hummingbird and the jaguar are facing right,
Left.
left. So I'll put them on the left side.
So you turn the top block to be the hummingbird on the left.
They're looking away or looking in.
They're looking away. They're looking the same way.
Or look in.
Well, we want to go in there.
It's the same mural. Like the same orientation and everything.
All Alright,
Are
let's do
the totems up top? Or
it.
how
Are they facing in
facing?
or out?
Are they just facing straight forward?
The outer
The
totems.
main
yeah, the
totems?
main outer totems are facing out.
Well, the hummingbird is facing left.
No, on the front of the totem, the big
The
main
thing that's
part out
splitting
front.
the waterfall.
Uh-huh. The hummingbird is facing left.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we'll do that.
The tortoise is facing right.
Gotcha.
The jaguar is facing
Alright,
left.
so I'll push.
And the serpent is facing right.
I'll push it so that the hummingbird is facing left. So whichever side it needs to be. It doesn't matter which one does it. So the left side facing left, so it's facing out.
So you turn the left one to be the hummingbird.
Yes.
Because the hummingbird at the main totem is facing left. Is that what
Yes.
you're telling me? And the other one on the left.
Oh no! I should do the opposition. Sorry. So it's the same direction. So the totem is the hummingbird is facing to my left. So downstairs, I want to be on the right side, turning it so that hummingbird faces to the left. To my left.
So you want the hummingbird's facing left, so you want the right side to be the hummingbird.
The right side over here, I want it to turn the hummingbird so it's facing to the left. So here's the
I
left
mean,
side.
the other one's facing left as well, but
What do you think?
Match the.
That's what I'm saying. If I look at the front of it,
uh-huh.
there's a hummingbird facing this way, so I want to turn this one
The
facing
hummingbird on the totem is facing left.
Yeah. And this one's facing left also, and this one's facing left. I just feel like this is facing off and this is facing in, so I want them to all face into the totem
Well, I
pole.
think they should match whichever way they're facing up top.
That's the thing. So imagine the faces right here.
They all are
Yeah,
matching.
this is a face of a hummingbird right here, and here's a face of a hummingbird. If I turn it this way, it's facing left. If I turn it, it's facing left anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them are going to face left, but I want this one to face in, I want this one to face in, I want this one to face in. I don't want them to face
Yeah,
out,
that was what
out.
I was originally
Yeah.
suggesting. All
So
facing.
let's do the one on the right-hand side. I want to face it so that the totem is facing left.
So you want to...
I'm the back of the totem pole, so you're right.
I'm facing the totem pole.
Yeah, you're facing the totem.
The hummingbird is facing left. You want to go down to the right side and make that hummingbird
'Cause
face
the
left.
back is where we are, right? Back here?
Well,
This is the front where the totem faces are, facing out, and the waterfalls are right here, and we're behind the waterfalls looking at the back of the totem.
no.
We're in the front of the totem.
So the totem doesn't have a back.
That's what I'm. See, I told you we have to say
Right.
this a couple times because I'm
Yeah.
missing something.
The totem doesn't have a back. You cannot get behind the
I thought
totem.
you said it's where we went behind the waterfall.
You're going behind the waterfalls, which are all in front of the totem.
Oh, god damn it!
So-
the totem's there. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
So now I know exactly where we are. I'm facing the totem.
Uh-huh.
On the left-hand side, I want to turn the left hand on then.
So
I
the...
thought I was in the back, so I'm facing the totem pole.
Yep.
Me. On this side, I want to push that hummingbird so he's facing to the right.
Left. He'll be still facing left, but you want... The hummingbird on the totem is facing left.
Yes.
You want that... The
No,
left side
then
being
I
the
do not think
hummingbird.
I
Part
am
of
right.
this is-
No, I am right. I am right. It's the right.
No,
hand
you're
side.
left.
I know. So I'm gonna do it like this. This hummingbird is facing this way now.
And
on the
you
top
want
right.
the other side to be now the tortoise.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll turn that one in, right? Because now they're facing each other.
Uh-huh.
And I'll do the same on the bottom, but it'll be jaguar on the right and serpent on the left. Now
Okay.
everything is facing each other. There we go. I'm done with it.
You hear a loud ka-chunking sound and then a ticking.
What a weird sound.
Perhaps we should run? No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't know what a ticking is. Look around. Is there any sort of change? You guys see anything happening?
Mm-mm.
Does it sound like it's moving up and down inside there or getting louder? Just a constant ticking?
Just constant ticking, and you can, like, the ticking gets quieter when you go away from each of the columns, the stones. So as you are closer to the stones, the ticking is louder. When you're further away from the stones, it's quieter.
Are they moving as they tick? Are they going back or forward?
They are.
Are they reverting?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll wait for them to go all the way back, and then we'll try them the opposite directions
All right. It's an entire day
before they go all the way
before they set all the way back, and you can't seem to push them any other way. And you're out here, and you're waiting. Like, if you're just sitting there, like, where are you kind of, like, waiting? Where are you setting up the camp?
back. Oh wait, we put the stuff. We turned them. Sorry, and they started ticking. So I'm not going to wait yet. We need to put the offering now. The
Gold?
no, we're going to put this golden scale here that was found in the pool here.
You're going to put it in front of the totem?
Yeah, let's place this in front of the totem. That'll be the first thing we try before we wait an entire fucking day for these things to click by. So sorry, I didn't mean to spoil how long it took. I forgot we were supposed to put the offering.
You put the offering down, and you're standing in front of the totem. Make a wisdom check. Anyone that's standing in front of the totem with the offering.
22.
Sorry, let me just pass it real quick. I got it. I chortled because I rolled low. Hey, what am I rolling?
Wisdom check. Just a wisdom.
Wait. 17.
Okay. You sit there and you have the scale down, you're looking up at the totem, you hear the ticking on either side, and you feel this place is grand and amazing, but nothing else special happens to you. There is no magical feeling or oracle.
You sure you got that right?
No, I've never been here before. There's nothing in the notes, nothing in the maps, nothing in Metzley's memory. I can see that the knobs are turning back, but it could be days before it's reset. Perhaps we should make camp here in the ruins nearby. It seems as safe a place as any. What would you say, Metzley?
This place is haunted. All my people think this place is haunted. I would not like to stay here, but also anywhere close to here is probably not going to be any better. We just should set ourselves up someplace that we're very defensible and maybe even hidden. Maybe in one of these little alcoves. The alcoves behind the falls.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yes, I concur. I'll take first watch again, as I'd like to keep an eye on those stones and do some research.
Which one? So the right one... the right one is closest to the... it's the way to get in.
Yeah.
Right? So you come down this right side, and it has a pathway to get to that one, which goes in front of the oracle and then gets to the other alcove, but it ends there. The left side does not have an exit out to the other way.
Let's do the right one then, so that I can stay near where these guys are sleeping. Because they're going to sleep you're sleeping in the alcove. It's right there, right? On the right-hand side?
So, there's an alcove on the left, there's an alcove on the right. The alcove on the right, though, just has a path right to the area, like the beach, the outside, where the left side is even more
well, then you guys
reclusive.
You guys pick the sleeping.
Sounds like I should take first watch.
Yeah, right. You guys pick the sleeping side, and then I'll just watch from wherever. So, do you want access to escape through the beach, or do you feel like that's where people might sneak up on you, and you want the closed-off side, or do you want to be able? You would probably want the open side so you can escape, right? We'll stay on the right side, so Oling is more comfortable.
Makes sense.
Yes. I trust you.
There you go.
Who's first?
I'll be first.
There's one taco and one burrito left.
If you're hungry, eat it.
Sorry, I took the 2 tacos because burrito.
Do you want the other taco?
If you're going to take the burrito, I'll take the taco. But if you're taking the taco, take the taco.
There's 2 burritos left.
Oh, I think there's only 2. Yeah.
So and you take a taco?
No, these are just trash. Yeah, there's still a burrito.
You don't want it?
No, I don't want it. It had more sour cream than I thought it was going to.
5 there.
I was like, I'm good.
Oh, save that for later. All right. Make me perception.
Yeah, 8. I'm not going to take that. We're in danger.
I'm in danger.
8 it is.
Yeah. All right. So you're sitting in the alcove. It's ticking. Night is falling onto this place. What do you do during your watch? Do you just stay still and try to not move, or are you pacing? You scouting out? What are you doing to walk?
I would be spending a pretty good amount of time digging through the book and writing notes and stuff like that. I'd be using this time to study, to be honest, because a lot has happened. And
how are you generating light to do that?
You know, you're right. I guess I would have a torch out. Yeah.
So torch behind the
Torch would be
thing.
somewhere, yeah.
Put that on, I'm trying to sleep.
No.
Druid crap.
And judging by my roll, I was pretty into my study.
You were. Make me
Trying.
one more perception check.
No.
That was a pig. It was a wild pig in the background. 20, dirty 20. Take a break. And
You're like,
rub my temples for a second. God.
and you kind of look up and just for a quick second, and you have your little torch, kind of propped up next to you as you're looking down on the journal.
Kind of stuck in the sand.
Just stuck in the. You've set up little rocks to hold it up, whatever it is. Like you have the journal down there, and you crouched over it, working on it, and you kind of like look up, and you're like, oh, and just out of the corner of your eye, the water is pouring down in front of you, the waterfall, and off to your left is the pathway out. And for just the quickest second, it messes with your mind a little bit, but almost like against the wall, against the from your torchlight, it almost looks like someone is walking in here. Like you just, the torchlight is guttering and flickering. It's a torch. It's not great, but it almost seems like there's the shadow of a person moving, like walking down into here.
That's disturbing enough for me to shout out, "Who's there?" and kind of try to wake these guys up with that shout and send some fish out to investigate, even though I can't see what they're seeing.
All right, you guys wake up like that as he kind of yells out, and
jostled from my studies.
You who's there, and stand up and are getting a little bit more alert. Perception at disadvantage.
Sweepy face. Sweepy face. You woke up and immediately started eating.
Yep.
That was like the
He already had food in his hand. He fell asleep. He fell asleep eating. He's like,
She's in her 30s now, but my sister used to do that when she was really young. Chips or like Cheetos, like anything that was like a snack food. For some reason she'd get a craving for it like later in the evening. And she would always fall asleep like eating it. So there were so many pictures of my sister like asleep with a Cheeto in her hand. Or like a chip on her chest. Like completely asleep.
Mid-snack.
Just mid-snack.
I rolled a 13 and a 16, which makes it a 19 at the lowest.
All right. So as you're he goes, you wake up, and you wake up to see him standing, and he's looking at the entrance, like the way in, and his firelight is, his torchlight is reflecting off all the stuff. On the ground, as he's standing up and he takes a step that way, you see a shadow, like on the shadow of the ground, reaches out and tries to grab him, and it just barely misses him, and he is completely unaware that happened. But it could be you just waking up and seeing weird things in the torchlight.
I'm a prey animal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are.
Whoa, get away from that!
Get away
Look behind you!
Initiatives.
Oh. 6. Alright. What'd you get? It's alright, it's better than
Rolling.
21.
Cobble.
14. Finally. Double-digit initiative. With my ranger. God damn it.
Should have been an iron gun.
Alright, it's just, what, next time just all rabbits. We'll just be rabbits.
All rabbit folks.
Yeah, all rabbit folks. Oops,
I'm gonna do an alpha.
Oops, all rabbits. You're gonna be the alpha Aragon.
Everyone's Aragons. All right.
We have a
I'm not
natural fear of the
not
owl.
too worried about initiative order right now. You guys know that you're going pretty fast, though. Metzley is kind of like he's like getting up and grabbing his weapon, but he's also like not really sure
What we're yelling at.
where the danger is coming from, type of thing. And you're like pointing at like the torch, and he's just like, so you can do something like whatever it is you want to do fast. Like I'm not saying fast. You're up fast and making the first calls. You've warned someone of some type of danger, but you're really still not seeing danger directly.
The shadow, it was reaching out to you. But it missed. I don't know where it went though.
I saw a shadow over on the other side, walking in the entrance.
I'm gonna plunk down a totem.
Where did you
But
point?
which one?
Good question.
Where did you point at the, like right behind you?
Behind you, yeah.
I'll try to fairy fire it real quick.
Ooh.
So here comes another dive bomb piranha with a purple mouth.
All right.
Just explodes in purple mist.
20-foot
The,
square, 20-foot cube.
Hawk Spirit Totem, which gives us a increase in our perception,
Oh.
advantage on perception,
Damn.
and
This is the circle of spirits.
Of shepherds. The Circle of the Shepherd.
I'm not talking your character sheet.
They, like, both of these, I didn't know what the shepherd did when I made my character, but both of them are totem people. Like, for him, he is a totem when he rages, and for him, he calls down one, and you can choose.
all right. So we got advantage on perception, and I can use my reaction to grant another creature advantage on attack.
Nice. And Fairy Fire.
It's like a druid bard. It's kind of interesting. Fairy fire, 20-foot cube. It's violet light. Any creature that is in the area when the spell is cast is also outlined in light as if it fails. If it fails a dexterity saving throw.
That's the thing I was wondering.
Yeah, 12.
Whoa. You just like, and your piranha jumps up in the air, like turns glowy purple and splashes this entire alcove, and all of a sudden there are two shadows, like nothings. They are literally kind of shadow on the wall if you don't have this outline on them. Beings. They look like people being, entities, but they are made of shadow, but they are now enveloped in purple
And they
light.
give off dim light for 10 feet.
And they also, everything is advantage against them, right?
Everything has advantage.
So like your shit gives him advantage, his thing gives him advantage if he's done. Everyone has advantage.
Fairy fire.
I was gonna take that. Oh, I guess I still can.
Such a great
Prepare
spell. Alright.
This is cool.
So that was Fairy Fire on
It's fun to
14.
have fairies make it too.
Once Metzley sees that, he immediately rages and and tries to attack one of these. Hey, you want in on this combat?
I'm still sad these aren't chocolate.
Yeah, me too. Those are good cookies.
Upset that they
They
fucking
were
wasted
different
plastic
often.
on that shit.
Well, I mean, they're not wasted though. I mean, they give them out as decorations as part of your purchase. I mean, our house is pretty falled out. I mean, it's got all this stuff hanging out on the edges and shelves and things we like to
No,
decorate.
it's wasted.
I mean, technically, these are
Those have a use.
He
decoration is a use.
swings through this thing.
You have a house full of antlers. What are those for?
We didn't industrially make those antlers.
That's a good point. The antlers are natural.
Shay almost got bit by a snake.
Yeah, he did. It was a pretty dramatic story with the head raise. Is it a diamondback? Do you know what it
I
is?
don't know. It was in the grass.
It's crazy to hear that it reared back like that. That's pretty close.
He swings his weapon through the thing, and it seems to disrupt it a little bit, but not do much visible anything to it. Like, he's swinging at a shadow. Growls at it.
Try biting it?
I mean, he's gonna try. If he has to get his shift off, though. He started with rage. Next round he can shift. Then next round he can bite. If it's still there. All right.
Well, that's ominous.
Yeah.
21.
Right, Olin.
So it's a bonus action to throw down the totem. Do I get another bonus action now, or
This is a new round, so you have everything back.
We had advantage because they were hiding.
Shillelagh
Shellacking
for
it?
the shellacking?
Shalala, got me on my knees, Shalala.
Hop back.
Shalala, so, God damn it. You have inspiration?
Oh, it's still here.
No, that's mine.
No, yours is right there.
Oh,
You
that's
haven't
right.
used it.
So,
So you get your addition.
you shillelagh.
No, I haven't.
No, he
You just-
didn't
oh,
have it.
You just hadn't.
You never.
You didn't pass it along.
Shellacking.
You're shellacking with a shillelagh.
Yeah. What's the 12 hits?
13 does hit.
12.
13 does
13.
hit.
You have that. Your
Right.
tuned item.
It's a D8.
Mm-hmm.
13 damage.
14 damage.
14 damage.
Are you hitting the same one he hit, or the other one that's close? Like, he went at the one
the
that's...
one that would be closest to me.
Okay, so that's the one that was behind you guys that was attacking him. He went after the first one he saw because he was looking at the entrance, so he went after that one. Metzley did. So there's the other one behind you guys, and you went after that one. How much?
14. First good roll. D8.
Okay, so you swing that staff that has this magical effect on it, and it slams into this and leaves this trail. You can even see that kind of like the little seed of light is really cutting through this entity. This
I also would have had an advantage on it.
oh, true. Roll it.
Roll it
And
hit.
he would have, huh? It's a hit, but it could have been a crit.
Yeah.
So,
No.
okay. Leaving this ragged trail through it, and this thing like kind of like staggers back from you and looks pretty rough. Like there's not much of an outline of this thing left. There's not much bits. Like you just tore through this essence of night and disrupted it pretty badly. Anything with a bonus action or anything else you got?
Bonus action with Shillelagh Cinema.
Okay. Cobble.
Can you cobble something together for us?
Yeah, I mean, if they're not hittable with like regular strikes, I don't have any attack magic of any kind. I can try hitting it. Let's give it a try. I'll try hitting it.
I mean, you also don't really like you in character. You would just attack it.
Yeah. I'm just thinking like I just saw.
You saw Metzley
I
like
saw him his
not do
knockout
a
and
lot.
not do what it was supposed to do. So I'm gonna try anyway. So I'll just do a short sword attach on it.
Attached.
Yeah, 25 to hit.
Are you okay? Yeah, 25 hits.
Hits. All right.
You have a
You have advantage, so roll again to see if you have a crit.
Yeah. No.
Okay. You want to just roll damage on it, and you're attacking which one?
The one that he hit.
Okay. Go ahead.
So it's D6 plus. I'm gonna have the piranhas
8.
another
We
D6
forgot to do that
piercing.
with you earlier. But anyway, yeah.
They'll do another D6 piercing damage on top of it. So 8 is the total damage.
Okay, so you kind of swing in, and your piranhas jump in with that sword swing, and you come down, striking through what's left of the glowy outline of this raggedy shadow, and the piranhas come through that as well. And as your sword hits it and kind of like disrupts it, the piranhas go after those little bits of fairy fire shadow and just and devour into it, and this shadow just kind of like, and you see your fairy fire glow dissipate as this thing disappears.
Action hit the other one.
All right, you move over, kill this one, hit the other one.
It's a dirty 20.
Advantage.
Advantage.
Oh yeah. Nope. And then that one, I can't do that again.
Can't do
so
the
it's
thing
just gonna be
again,
a
so the
single
regular.
D6 plus favored foe, which will add a D4 automatically.
Favorite foe is any or first?
It is favorite foe. When you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can mark the target as your favorite enemy for 1 minute.
Got it.
First time you do it, including the time that you mark it, you increase that damage by 1d4. So it takes 6 if I hit it.
Yeah. 6.
6 damage.
And that's with the bonus for your attribute and all that.
Yes.
6.
Oh,
This-
sorry, plus 4, so 10. It does 10.
10.
Sorry, it does have that plus 4. Thank you for reminding me.
Alright, so you swing through this, and it feels like cutting through water. Like, it just didn't seem to do a whole lot. It seemed that there is some disruption you can see, because like there's new outlines for your fairy fire, but it didn't hurt it as much as...
The fish are
think?
magical, not my weapon.
I know.
Yeah. I was wondering if you were going to let me run with that or not, so I'm excited about that. Because they are there at the aspect. Cool. Alright. Sorry, that was meta.
Metzley is going to shift. His features become more feline, and he swings again at this thing.
Does that cost him a bonus action?
It does.
It does,
Yeah. So it's a bonus action to rage, bonus action to shift. Normally he, and then a bonus action to start biting. Normally he would shift before getting into battle because it lasts longer, and then he'd rage when he gets into battle.
surprised,
But
yeah.
he got surprised. So he hits easily. Cock. That's a shit ton of
say
damage.
cock?
I did.
He's got it.
6, 11. Like it was stuck in a corner. 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Actually, I think I meant penis.
Hard to tell.
16 damage would have been what he did. But it is enough after it's halved to
Still scratch it a little bit.
still disrupt it. And it is gone. And he like brings it down and actually like smashes his weapon against the ground. You can a couple of the obsidian shards shatter.
It's like, whatever we've got to do to keep Metzley on our side, I say we continue with it.
Perceptions for everyone.
At advantage.
At advantage, yep, it's true.
I mean, it is better.
Thank God. 23.
13.
So you're still looking for immediate threats. The waterfall's there, the ticking, your books, all this stuff. But you like quickly scan the area and kind of like see out through the entrance and through the sheets of water that the village that used to be here is crawling with these shadows.
Yeah, I see it.
And it probably the light is showing them exactly where to go.
Druidcraft. Put it out.
Create water.
Yeah.
You out.
Put out the torch.
Yeah.
And is anyone going to tell Metzley to not yell and growl anymore, or
Yeah.
make a
Well, we have to do something. We have to. But sun's getting real
persuasion.
low on him.
to do something? We had to pull him out.
I guess I could shoot him with an arrow.
So he's not
That
a
keeps
beast.
him in rage.
Oh,
It's
that's
not
right.
he is not a beast, right?
He is not a beast.
I'll create water. Spraying with water. Does it work?
I don't know. And are you trying to call him? Are you trying to calm him down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So-
Then I'll skip the spraying with water because that might have the
Roll.
opposite effect.
Roll
Persuasion.
persuasion. Or I will let you use animal handling because you can approach him as a beast. You just can't use any of your spell things. So
I mean, I was gonna touch him and try and psychically link with him, but
yeah,
he's not a beast.
he's not a beast, but you can use your animal handling if that's a better roll.
18.
Okay, you appeal to the too many. Stealth is the better recourse. That kind of a thing. Slinks back, and he backs up into both of you. Like he wants to be touching you to make sure that you're safe, and kind of backs you guys into the corner.
The fish surround us.
And he kind of
They
they're not colorful at the moment. There
they
are
obviously.
things coming down. So he kneels down and is just eyes darting, his now cat-like eyes darting back and forth.
Sometimes
And
it's better to think like prey.
through the night, several other shadows do make their way back to you. They just kind of wander in and find you, and you have to take them on. They aren't terrible.
We just have to focus.
You just have to focus and get rid of them. I am going to disambiguate this a little bit.
Sure.
So
Disambiguate. No, I'm just repeating it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, you were counting something. I thought you were.
So you make a
Arcana.
strength saving throw.
Hey, that's not too bad. Who's ranger rocks?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. 22.
Okay. One of them during its incursion.
I know, I've double checked it a couple times. I'm like, did I put I thought I robbed
You went
it.
strength.
I thought I robbed it though, where I put a
Oh, you
double,
put too many
the stats were 14,
you
15,
didn't
16,
go
16,
as a
16. I'm like,
full
dude.
dex ranger. You went as a fighty strength ranger.
Yeah, with a little wisdom added, yeah.
That's why I was all like, I thought you would add more
So
magic.
during one of the incursions of the
Okay.
shadows,
Got magic covered.
That's what I thought, yeah. Sorry.
one of them does get a hold of you.
Okay.
And you guys do take some damage, which you can... Essentially, you get a short rest this night. You're not getting a long rest, and you'll heal, but you're just not going to get spells back. You're not going to get any of that. The thing is that when it hit you, it felt like it was taking your strength from you. You effectively resisted it, but these things don't... they feel like they can
They're sappy.
just sap your... They're not here to just, make blood loss or kill you. They're here to weaken you and make you nothing. And they're just all over this village. You wouldn't want to do another night here. But throughout this night of thwarting shadows, eventually sunlight will touch the ground and dissipate them.
Oh, I'm the only one that got shadowed.
I probably pushed you out.
What's that? I'm like, quick, damn it.
Yeah, pretty much towards the end there, they were starting to realize you were here. And more of them were coming, but the daylight saved you. Again, you don't think you can stay here another night. You couldn't stay in this area another night. But it does take you most of the day to wait for the blocks to tick all the way back to their original position.
Oh, damn it.
So you said short rest. Is that before or after the first attack?
That's now,
total.
basically.
Yeah.
Now is a short rest for you guys.
Because my
while
totem
you-
comes back on a short rest.
Yeah.
That's just all I get. Everything I get back is for the long rest, so it doesn't matter. Do we want to go ahead and just push the stones back the other way? I think we were right. I think I just got the wrong sides.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so we'll make an attempt to do the same directions, just the other sides.
All right. So you put the hummingbird and the jaguar on the left, and the tortoise and the serpent on the right.
Yes.
So basically, the hummingbird is facing left, so you make the left one the hummingbird. The jaguar is facing left, you make the left one the bing bing. The same thing on the other side. As you do that,
God damn it.
there is this drawing back of the stone right behind the face of basically the lowest tile, the serpent. So on either side, it just pulls in. So now there's like little kind of entryways that can bring you in and underneath the falls.
Why didn't you do that the first time?
What I did.
You guys did really well figuring it out. Just the
wrong way.
overthinking the
Yeah.
gotta make them go the same way instead of like, nope, it's
I'll
looking
tell you-
this way, so it.
And I'll tell you what got me too was that I was just gonna stick to my guns. Like I thought we were on the other side of it, and I was like, it's the right one. I'm like, fuck it, we're on the front. Stay with the right. I should have just flipped it in my head. It's all good. It's my fault. Can you imagine like if this place was still open, and, like you had like a real ritual to do, and like the new guy Gus walks up and puts him in the wrong direction, and you're like, dude, there's a wedding tonight.
we have to wait a
We
whole
have to wait a whole
day.
fucking day. Like, tell the Samsons that their fucking wedding is put off until another day. Now their grandma's got to fucking stay in the hotel. And it's
What's the wedding?
You gonna head in here?
Oh, we can't stay out here. So this thing scooted back, and there's a thing.
So, Ian, like you're looking at the totem from the front, and the bottom panel mural is the serpent, and blocks are here. From here, just two slabs right behind where the serpent is draw in,
That's
which allow you to have from either side a pathway that goes in underneath the waterfall.
What do you say, fellas? We've come this far. We might as well make it the rest of the way now. See what's going on. What say you, chap? It's a little more interior than I think you like, but we can make with a... You can see in the dark, right?
Nope.
Well, not as I am.
Oh, you have totems, that's right. Can you see in the dark?
Uh-huh.
Okay, thank God.
Well, not that either.
When he kind of like looks in, he has like eye shine. Like cats.
Will this torch bug your night vision?
Nah, I prefer.
Yeah. What do you look? Tell me what.
He wants to shapeshift.
Oh.
I have all these abilities that I just...
Uh-huh.
I didn't know you
It seems
could
like
shoot.
every time we do something, I have something new to pull
Something
out.
to do.
That's how I feel about this guy.
Wants
It's
to-
like, he's so powerful. I'm like, you're such a good yay. You're so strong. A couple of spells. Next long rest, I'm really gonna look at those spells again because it would have been nice if I had some damage with during that time.
So, this list that you pinned,
Yeah.
I don't see anything that has like night vision.
I'm not surprised. You can turn into a cat. That's a point. That's a quarter hit die creature.
I guess maybe it just doesn't say exactly what kind of...
Does it? I mean, that's just a listing. It may not have all the abilities the thing
Yeah, I
has.
think it's just the benefits.
Yeah.
Does a cat have...
Because a cat
dark
have night vision. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll surprise y'all and turn to a cat.
Turns into a cat. Like Metzley's like, "Aw, you didn't tell me you were one of my kind."
Say, rather surprising. Probably could have used that a couple of times before.
All right, well,
It never came up.
Does this change your senses as well? A cat, a rabbit, whatever. Does it really change your senses?
yeah, he gains the senses of whatever.
I also get stealth, keen smell, climb speed.
Jesus. How big is that list? Took you a few minutes to read it.
It's any animal he's ever come in contact with that is a quarter challenge rating or less. So.
And then you can look up its abilities on the challenge rating sheet as well.
You can actually like.
Well, this is just a list of like the pros
Yeah,
and
yeah,
cons.
yeah.
Or what's the best things to turn into.
Gotcha.
Like I do a bat, but I can't do that until level 8.
Cat monster. Let's see. It should have dark vision. If it doesn't, it's really weird. Senses. Passive perception 13. Cat seriously doesn't have night vision? No.
It's low light, dim light.
And it's still all the same. I'm letting it happen.
Yeah, I mean it's also got other benefits like stealth and
Yep.
scouting ahead.
So you
Keen
stealth
smell.
again there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What's a stealth bonus for cat?
Stealth bonus for cat is plus it. What's yours? It's either, I don't remember exactly how it works, but I'm sure it's either all of its or all of yours, not added.
My stealth is only plus 2.
Okay, so plus 4.
21.
All right. So this cat jaunts into this chamber and heads back in.
Black cat.
Black cat. Good. He likes it. Metzley's. Metzley's like, keep the torch covered behind me, and I'll follow him in.
Well, I just won't light it. I mean,
It's like you could you need it, but you could just keep it like kind of behind you.
you need it.
You do like,
All right,
and
I'll
it's
I'll
it is
mage hand,
pref-
what I'll do is I'll mage hand it. So what I'll do is I have a piranha carry it a few feet behind us, so it's a dim light.
Okay. So, I'm just going to go ahead and explain this for everyone, since you're all, yes, you're seeing it first, but you're all staggering in and seeing this. Behind this room is a massive carved out chamber. It is grand back in here. There are pathways down the sides with like steps going up to where murals have been carved along the walls. All the way in the back, there's a raised dais with a bowl kind of like carved out in it. And by the dais, I mean like it is a like 20 foot by 20 foot platform in the back. And a large, oh, not large, a shallow, like from rim to rim, 20 foot by 20 foot, shallow, concave bowl carved on the top of that platform. Above it are these, coming out of the back wall, these carved just points of stone coming out that used to have silks that hang from them down over top of that bowl. The silks are now ratty and old and threadbare and gone. On the sides used to be tables and pots and urns and chests. It looks like probably all of the tributes were brought in here and lined down this place where it used to be fruit and food is all rotted and desiccated and gone now. And it also seems like it's been looted haphazardly at least once. Things are missing, urns are broken, pots are opened, chests are spilled out. And it also looks like some grand struggle happening here as some of two of the pillars have cracks in them. But regardless of all of that, there still seems to be plenty of treasure up and down these lanes, all the way to that back dais, that bowl.
I spray one of the columns.
Let's scratch it first.
Instantly goes
No,
and
that's
sniffs
for
it.
the silk. That's for the remains of the
Silk.
Cats will usually spray if it's a tree. They'll scratch before they spray. It's to put the mark in.
Well, I'm not a cat.
I thought you were a cat.
I'm looking like
You
Sorry.
I don't know the adaptive. I don't know the adaptive behaviors of a cat. Okay.
Yeah, we'll make our way.
Yeah.
Just I'm sticking close to the side of the wall.
I'd say this looks more the area for an offering. Much
Can I
better than
talk?
that side.
No. Unless the thing, like, you can try to like get some vocal things out, but it's really tough.
So once I have a weight and I'm become a parrot, I can.
You can totally talk.
It's quite quiet in here, hasn't it? That's like. Let's make our way towards the stakes. Perhaps that's where we can leave an offering.
So you step up or get back there, and like the dais, the platform is only 2 or 3 steps up, and there's this grand bowl that, like, you stand up and you look in. It's empty. If you're looking around and all this kind of stuff, back along the back wall, at the edge of one of the ridges that comes out into, like, the kind of stone spiky pillars that hold the silks, in between 2 of those wedges, there is a golden scale, very similar to the one you already possess.
Can I go and rub up against it?
Does it look like there's a space that mirrors this, like a place where another scale would go?
No.
No?
This is just, like, on the ground, loose, like, so, like what these things are, just, there's carvings of almost like pillars, but they're just thin pillars that kind of come up and hang over top of this bowl area where silks were draped, and they kind of came down, and the silks seemed like they would come down on the edges, like they're weighted. You can even see the remnants of their weights, because everything else between them deteriorated all around this. So it was almost like a canopy bed, like you have like the drapes and all that. Something, it seemed like these drapes were over this bowl, like something was here.
Well, they've already tried to make an offering of it once before. Let's throw the scale in.
The old scale? Like, do you take the new scale as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So you put it down in the bowl.
I've got the, like, Cave of Wonders sphere in my mind, like, touching the treasure is what melts it, and we have to, like, escape on a magic carpet. Yeah, I'll toss in the scale.
It slides. It hits the basin of the bowl and slides. Basin is a word I've been using a lot tonight. And slides around.
It's a good word.
And it's like, shh, 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 shh. Make me a investigation. Very high difficulty.
19.
Natural or with the bonus?
Bonus 1.
So you got an 18?
I got an 18,
All right.
yeah.
So you see, and you place the, like, you put the thing down there, and it slides in, and for whatever reason, the way it slides, you notice that there are very, like, this is a stone carved, basin, but you see that very subtly there are these wear lines in them. This wear, just wearing down.
From where this is moving, but on the bowl there's wear lines.
Yes, in these circular kind of patterns. And for whatever reason, that scale hits the bowl and slides perfectly around one of these wear lines.
I know what this is.
And it just triggers some, like, that significance in your mind.
Chaps, I believe we found the home of some large snake or lizard or something. This bowl has wear marks very similar to this scale. Look how they fit right into the grooves.
Yeah, you can, like, take that scale, down, and like when you take it, you can just slide it, and it just from one edge of a wear line to the next, it almost is perfect. So very, very subtle, like such subtle discoloration. You're amazed that you even saw it, but you're also impressed at your own sagedom.
I scratch Olin as I talk to myself. I forget that Metzley's here. I'm like, oh, one of us is a cat. There's nobody else here. Metzley, have you seen any sort of creature that may have a scale of this sort? Something that might live here beneath the totem?
I mean, there are a lot of amazing creatures that live in this land. I have never heard of anything like this before. Now, indeed.
Yeah, indeed.
I mean, I turn back at this point.
Yeah.
Let's turn back into the Herringon. Well, if this used to be the home of this
Creature of some sort.
that owned these scales, then we should take that other one. Try to find it.
Yes.
But where do we look now?
Well, it's weird. It's weird. The legends say that we could place an offering here and speak with the gods, but all we find here is a hovel of some sort of reptile of some sort, a serpent.
I think these offerings were for whatever was here.
Ah, perhaps it was a serpent. The serpent's head in the totem does open.
That's not what I said.
I just put it together in my own.
Ah, okay.
And certain serpents are supposed to be wise. Do you think the serpent was the oracle? Someone killed all the people here and took it?
Are there other totems such as this?
None that I have. There are other totems. Nothing like these oracles. There are other oracles, not like this. This is a land of many legends like this, but none.
You're supposed to be DMing.
When did that happen?
It says now.
Oh, it did not happen now. It happened this morning.
What?
He got a notification from Instagram that I liked one of his photos from 12 hours ago. So, your phone sucks.
That's funny.
This is a land of many exceptions and amazing things.
Is serpent stealing common in Chult?
First, a serpent this big.
Yeah, how do you steal a serpent that big?
With a very big trap. An even larger set of hands. I wish that I could rest here and perhaps dream again. See if it's stronger or different now that we're right at the source, but this area is not safe.
Maybe we can shut the front doors.
We could try. They close. I mean, we've not. That's right, we messed up the first time they reset. Let's see if we can't close the serpent and spend the evening in here.
Close the serpent?
The
Close the
serpent,
doors?
the totem is, the doors are the serpent totem, so. Right?
Yes, technically. It's behind.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
moved back
it's
to the other
behind
side.
the serpent totem. Like
Gotcha.
they opened up.
Sorry, yes, so
But
let's see
if
we
you
can
go
push
up
it
to the
close.
front again, you can find that there is a massive, like, stone, like,
Well, we'll be able
tongue,
to-
like, kind of coming out, like just a little, like, thing, and it looks like you probably grab it and pull it down, and it may reset the mechanism.
We'll be able to open it from the inside then? I don't know. But this mechanism you're talking about is on the inside.
It's on the inside.
Okay, then yeah. Well, then that's my plan. That's what I want to do, is spend the night here, see if that I can dream about the black ring again, or the shattered, or the jet, is the word I'm looking for, the jet crown.
The jet crown.
Or the temple of the black ring, which I'm assuming the black ring is also the jet crown.
Those serpents,
So
the
it's
eternal night, all
sorts
that
of
fun stuff.
Yeah, there was a lot
So
of
do you
crazy
wanna
things.
pull that lever and
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
I'll
Pull the lever,
look at it
Crunk.
first. Let's take a look at
Yeah,
it.
go ahead.
Yeah. That's just investigation, right?
Mm-hmm.
11. Looks fine.
It does look fine. Does anyone else want to look at it? Okay.
My investigation is probably better than yours.
I mean, 11 is a
11's pretty
decent
good.
investigation.
14.
Uh-huh.
Does it look good at a 14? Does it look like?
Does it look good at 14?
I mean, it's like this. It's coming out of the wall, and it's a piece of the stonework that is kind of like coming out, and it like has a roll underneath, like think Aztec kind of thing, like roll. And at the top, there's these little like almost hand marks on the front of it. Like not even hand marks; they're just like little like you think them as fingers because they're like little whoops. That's it. Oops.
So it looks good at a 14. Looks safe.
Yeah.
All right, let's give it a press.
So how do you pull it down?
I mean, I'll put my hands where it seems to be natural, and then pressure it.
Like where those little whoops are.
Put my hands on it and pull on it, push on it, see what it does. Yeah.
So you pull it down this way, which doesn't feel great. Like it would probably have been easier grabbing it this way, but it just seemed like that was the way. And as you pull it down, your fingers go into those whoops, like, and it comes back up, and the door's shut. Yeah, it was totally trapped. If you didn't pull it that way.
I was about to drop a bear totem.
If you didn't pull it that way, it's really cool. If you don't pull it this way and those clicks happen, then that, like, basically as it's tilting
funny
up.
The clicks, because that's what I was waiting for. I'm like, this thing starts clicking, I'm gonna be pissed off.
Yeah. If those clicks don't happen, then, like, as it's tilting back and going in, a spear jabs out right at you in the front. Like,
Glad I wasn't doing it. I don't even think I would have had the weight to do it.
nope. You'd have been like, You close the doors. You want to look around at all the treasure, the amazing stuff?
Meh.
Because you have all night here.
I mean, do they look like antiquities? Or is it just
Some of them. So, there are 370 gold piece worth of coins, art objects, gems, and other stuff. Many of these things aren't like coins like you would think in the Sword Coast. They are like, some of them are coins, some of them are tabs or bars, like little ingots. Some of them are full ingots, some of them are squares, other circular discs, medallions, all these things. There's just lots of
gold. Chunks of gold.
Of like copper, silver, gold in all kinds of various forms. There is a silver ewer pitcher, like a big pitcher like this big. Looks like it's all plated in silver and intricately carved or formed or stamped or somehow with almost like a maze like pattern across the whole thing, with a band around the middle that shows like a mural that's been burnished into it of servants serving someone on a throne in the middle. Like, it's really cool. Like that. There are 3 statuettes of bone or ivory at this big, which Metzley will tell you all seem to be honorifics of either great heroes or maybe aspects of Ukteo. Like,
that's funny because I was about to be like, well, obviously it's got to be ivory if it's that big. They're like, it's D&D, like bone could be fucking there's dinosaurs,
right, dinosaur
like 200
ones.
feet away. Yeah.
They're yellowing now because they've been down here and not cared for so long, but they're really well made, crafted statue totem things this big. There is
belongs in a museum.
a massive Blocked on an elephant. A massive jade amulet that is carved with some aspect of a spirit or a face of some type of one of the gods, heroes, many things. It's not this big. It seems like it opens, and there's some type of calendar system or clock system in it, like because it has a hole through the middle, and it, like he said, I've seen these things, like Metzler will say, I've seen things like this before. I don't know how they work, but you're supposed to like hold it up to the sun or the moon, and then something like figure out how the time of day works with how you hold it up and the light come out. It was just like, I have no idea. I've never seen one of these things before. I've just heard that we used to make time-making devices like sundials or things like that, and this works like that.
Your people made time.
Can't make time, silly.
There is a rod of ivory, tiny, tapered, with a silver ring on it that has turquoise inlaid to make it look like waves all around it. And then there is this rack, which has this. There's yikwas. So one of the weapons of these people is like a spear sword weapon, but this seems a little bit more short swordish. It's got a pretty long handle of ivory, with a little like ringlet of silver. But when you pull off the leather covering of the blade is crystal. It is just this prismatic, kind of not very roughly faceted crystal blade.
What? You're not a cat anymore. Just use your words.
It's gonna look good on you.
What would look good on me?
That is a fine weapon.
See?
I was looking more at the ring.
First, we figured out the puzzle to get in here. We survived the night against those shadows. This weapon was given to someone and is now sitting here unused. It is not fulfilling its purpose. None of this treasure is anymore.
We loot the crypt.
All right.
Yeah, we'll check it out. What is this wavy ring? You got some detect magic going on here.
You can detect magic, and the wavy ring has...
Oh, I didn't take detect magic.
I mean, he can do it.
Yeah, ritualize in my ability.
Yes, the wavy ring...
Ritual casters can do that with anything?
No,
Or is that just wizards only ritual caster, right? Or
No. Druids, wizards, clerics.
They can just get any spell.
not
Any spell they have. So
That they
wizards can do...
ritual ice knife.
Yeah. A ritual ice knife. So wizards can cast as a ritual any spell they know in their spellbook.
Gotcha.
Druids and clerics can only cast ritual spells that they have prepared.
Gotcha.
Spells.
That's what it was. Sorry.
Do you have detect magic prepared?
Yeah, sorry, I was just checking.
I haven't checked
yes,
out
the
any
ring,
of my spells, which I should probably look into at some point.
the ring, and the short sword are both magical. The short sword has evocation magic. The ring has transmutation. Enchantment. We'll say it has enchantment.
I don't like metal.
That's turquoise.
Minerals are
You know, minerals.
well, minerals can be a lot of different things.
Now, you won't wear metal armor, but you do use metal weaponry and other stuff. if you don't want to, then
You don't even have like metal buttons or
That's fine.
rings, or you don't use a weapon.
his weapon is a staff that he
Oh,
shillelaghs.
that's right. Coins? You just don't.
I mean, he has
those
them,
are
and he
different.
trades them. Yeah, he trades them.
Interesting.
So, yeah. I mean,
All right.
the ring,
I mean, I can
It's
evolve
pretty.
on this, but it's just kind of a.
this is for now. It doesn't interest you. Is what you're like. It doesn't interest his character.
I'm interested in both of these things. Magical items and relics, especially from Cholt.
Mm-hmm.
This is something to write home about.
I mean, I was kind of
I'm realizing that this
thinking that
character's-
like this would be unholy to like mess around with these offerings, but I'm a druid. Like it's not.
It's
People left this here.
this has already been looted. You're almost more reclaiming it because you're at least trying to find what happened to the thing that was here.
I'm a laissez-faire.
Also, in their culture, for Choltons, the conquering and claiming, like, all spoils go to the victor. If you are cunning, brave, and glorious enough to figure something out, conquer something, or take something, then that rightfully belongs to you.
Well, I think that's what Metzley was trying to
Yeah.
tell us. Was he's like,
I'm also not Cholton.
Yeah, he's not a Cholt, but Metzley is very much, we solved this mystery. Like this other guy, DeGlorio, didn't solve this mystery. He was here. We solved this mystery, so this belongs to us. Until something... Hey, if the thing here comes and takes it back from us...
I feel like Metzley
yeah.
is trying to justify it to himself.
I mean,
more than trying to
he
justify it
is
to
totally
us.
okay with it.
Yeah. It just sounds like what a thief says.
Um,
Come on, man, we're just wasting it. We're just help take a cut. I don't trust anybody.
Do you... Before you, go to sleep tonight, do you want to attune to that short sword?
It seems risky so far out. Like, I know that I could get some use out of it, but I know that...
I mean, he's already attuned to that staff you just found in a
I know,
acid pit.
but I mean, even worse. Like, he's gotten lucky so far. Like, we're pushing our luck here. I'm a sage. I think that this sounds pretty scary. I mean, we're far out here. We just looted it. Like, we looted an offering basin. Like, basically, we crept into a religious environment and found weaponry that's been left as a gift, and now I'm gonna just attune it. I don't know, but the ring, yeah, I'll put the ring on.
Okay, you put the ring on. Do you put the ring on?
No,
Okay.
no, I gotta think about it.
All right.
We're 3 days out in the jungle. It just seems so risky.
You're like 4 or 5 days out of the
Yeah,
jungle.
that's the point.
You're deep into this territory.
Put it on. Look
I'm
good.
not gonna put it on. Not gonna attune these items. They scare me.
Why?
Well, when you've been around as much as I have, I mean, you've been around as much as me. Haven't you ever seen a magical item explode, do something poor, do something odd? Still, I mean, you seem to have lucked out there. But how far do we push our luck as a group?
How many cursed items have you seen?
I'd hate for the first one to be deep in the Cholton jungle.
Hey, if it curses you, it just meant you deserved it.
I've heard that.
Well, if you owe a debt, doesn't mean you should go find the debtor.
It doesn't?
I mean, it does.
If you have a debt, you should pay that off.
I realized when I said that, I was like,
As a sage, you try to. You're very much a Sword Coast scholar.
What's that?
It's when you owe someone.
Right, this is like the worst thing where I'm trying to be a little bit shady. You're being super white knight, and he's like, I don't even fucking know what we're talking about.
So say I loan you the use of my dagger, and you take that dagger off and lose it. I need a dagger back. I was hoping to get that back. So you now owe me a dagger.
Yes, but if I don't have the dagger, I don't search you out to tell you that I don't have the dagger.
Why wouldn't you?
Why would I tell you that I can't pay you back yet?
Why would you give
I'll
me
pay
the
you back
dagger?
when I pay you back.
Because I made you to make plans for not having the dagger.
Wait. Why would you give me the dagger?
In case you needed it.
Imagine that the dagger had some sort of trade worth, such as coin or food.
I think this should be easier. You have enjoyed the noodles at the Hen's Reign. But they make that, and they have to buy those supplies to make those noodles. So when you go and you eat the noodles, you can't leave without paying. That's why you've been giving them coin, right? So until you give them coin, if they were to bring up a plate of food for you, because you asked, they are anticipating that you pay them. Until you paid them, you are in debt to them.
His other description states that if I'm to be cursed, I deserve it. So I should welcome any cursing available to me.
It's another story. To me, that would get me so much more night on my skin.
You said, you're saying that in order to finish my tome on obscure religions and totems in far-off jungles, that I would have to welcome a curse to
How would you know if what religion or taboo you're breaking unless you have bound yourself to it?
Angrily and spitefully, I am going to attune this. We have to call it there, though.
Yeah, we do. We're done. You are heading to sleep in the chamber of the Oracle, underneath the Oracle's veil.
Doesn't know what that is.
You don't know what the Oracle's veil is?
He doesn't know what dead is.
Oh, dead is, yeah. That's why I stole the conversation to go on the next. Well, this has been another edition of the Wildverse, where on Sundays now we play the Golden Serpent, which is set below the Sword Coast, right?
Yes.
It's set below the south of the.
It's
west of the Sword Coast. East of the Sword Coast. God damn it!
No, it's
north is the mainland, right?
Southwest.
West.
South Coast.
The Sword Coast is the West Coast.
Okay, so I'm southwest. Okay,
And
whatever.
yeah, the Sword
Either
Coast
way.
is here. It's west of Kalimshan. It is a
It is
peninsula
west of Hampshire,
all
that's
the way
right.
out
Right,
from
so
the base.
anyway, on Sundays at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we play the Golden Serpent, which is a long-term campaign set in short-term campaign set in the 5e D&D world,
Kalimshan.
down south of Kalimshan in the Cholt Peninsula, in the deep, deep jungles of Cholt, southwest jungles of Cholt. Jesus Christ. Anyway. If you like what you saw here, if you'd like to see any more, if you want to see any of the introductory stuff we've done, any of our other games, any of our one-shots, any of the other things we've done, we play a lot of board game, we've done some 40k miniatures, we've done some Curse City, we've done all kinds of fun stuff. We have a link down below that will take you to our YouTube page where you can check out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours worth of games and gaming.
So many
and
hours.
things. It's a lot of fun. Go down there, check it out. We also have a merchandise store down below. If you click on that link, you can find the Wildverse W on all sorts of shirts and socks and all kinds of fun stuff down there. We're also sponsored by Drive-Thru-RPG. If you click down on that link below, you can find a great place to buy all of your source and rule books on PDF and save yourself a bunch of money. We have some other stuff you should too. If you use that link down there, we get 10% of your sale or some percentage of the sale, which we use to upgrade the studio and make everything nicer, get Galen a haircut occasionally, that sort of stuff, so it's really good. Keep your eyes peeled if you are already following. Thank you to Pedikin. Thanks for following Pedikin. Druby, thanks for always being down here. Keep your notifications on because we might be picking up another day eventually, Wednesdays or Mondays or something. We'll figure something out. We're going to be doing some changes here pretty soon, and this campaign will be ending in 5 or 6 sessions anyway, and then we'll be moving on to something else, so check it out. New stuff's happening with the Wildverse. Until then, though, we will be keeping our Sunday campaign at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. As places go in and out of daylight saving times, check that out for yourself. But
We are now Mountain again.
we are Mountain again, so we are not Pacific Standard Time.
We are not Pacific Standard
Sorry.
anymore. We are
4
Mountain
p.m.
again.
Mountain Standard Time. Thanks Arizona. Thanks to the rest of the U.S.
We are always Mountain Standard.
We are
Time.
always Mountain Standard Time. Sorry, we're not lined up with Pacific.
We don't do Mountain Daylight
That's
Time.
what it was. I just tell people what we're lined
Yep.
up with. Anyway, thank you guys very much for coming. We'll see you next Sunday, if not sooner. Thank you.